Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the recess meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is February 16th, 2022. It is 10:00 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman. Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris. Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power upon these, your people gathered. Continue to give them your strength. Bless now our leaders of Fulton County. Guide and lead them. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0106, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, any items on the consent agenda? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. A motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis. Is there a second? All right, I'll second. Please vote on the consent agenda. All right.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have an item to be added to today's recess meeting agenda. Add on item 22-0136, registration elections. Request approval of a statewide contract to provide temporary staffing services.
Okay, now this one is an emergency, but based upon our rules, it requires supermajority, which would be 5 votes, so we'll have to hold that until we have at least 5 members here. We only have 4 at this time. Continue.
Bottom of page 3, recess meeting agenda. 22-0115, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, I have an item to be removed as requested by Commissioner Abdul Rahman on page 7, bottom of page 7, 22-0133, discussion, safety and security of Fulton County employees, staff, and officers. The process of allocation and approval of resources for protection thereof. This item will be removed.
Any other items on today's agenda? Now, again, that one item that is an emergency we'll take up when we have five members. All right, let's vote, please. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Let's vote.
And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 4, 22-0116, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, January 19th, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, February 2nd, and special call meeting post-agenda minutes, February 4th, 2022.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0117, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Bridge of Light Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. Good to see you again. How are you doing? Good to see you again too. Tori and Ray. Okay, Tori and Ray. Gotcha.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
All right. It is an honor to present you with this proclamation and attend your event the other day and actually see the buses that you have miraculously transformed into places where the homeless can actually come in and shower and get new clothes, change their clothes, get on the computer and do so much, wash their clothes. It was amazing to see your new trailer that actually has 5 washing machines in it and 4 dryers. That was just awesome. So to present you with this proclamation is an honor and a pleasure. Whereas, and by the way, it has full board support. So the entire Board of Commissioners has supported it for you. Whereas Bridge of Light was established in 2015 as an Atlanta-based nonprofit organization by co-founders and Atlanta natives Ray Young and Tori Everhart, who had a vision of giving back to their hometown. And whereas the mission of Bridge of Light is to restore dignity and hope to people experiencing, transitioning from, or at risk for homelessness, and is committed to instilling hope, connecting resources, enlightening minds, and delivering guidance for at-risk and homeless citizens in Atlanta. And whereas Bridge of Light provides a means of empowering people who are unhoused or living in poverty by providing mobile laundry services free of charge on the Dignity Bus 2, the Clean Slate Project, which provides showers, hair salon services, Wi-Fi cafe, and a clothing closet. And whereas the Dignity Bus is a renovated school bus and a one-stop shop for those in need of technological literacy skills, guidance with job applications, free grooming, hygiene items, and business attire. And whereas Bridge of Light continually partners with our community organizations to expand their impact within community, and all tools, resources, safe spaces, and services are provided in a dignified manner that helps uplift and provide hope. And whereas Bridge of Light has already served over 2,500 individuals and is committed to helping thousands more reach a point of self-sufficiency. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Bridge of Light for their positive impact on the local community and for providing valuable resources to improve the lives of those less fortunate, and does hereby proclaim Thursday, February 10th, 2022 as Bridge of Light Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Hi, I'm Tori. I'm one of the founders, and this is Ray, one of the founders as well. We just want to tell you guys that we really appreciate the support, the continued support. We have been established since 2015, and we are really doing the best we can to help those that are our neighbors that are without homes reach self-sufficiency. Hold on.
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm Ray Young. I just want to say thank you so much for this honor. We are both from Atlanta, and we purpose to further impact and help individuals transition out of homelessness in the city of Atlanta.
The next proclamation is recognizing Winnie Varhees Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
good to see you. It is an honor to present you with this proclamation, Reverend Varghese. And it was good to see you at the Women's Legislative Luncheon at Woodruff Arts Center. That was a pleasure. Whereas the Reverend Winnie Varghese is joining the Atlanta Fulton County community to lead St. Luke's Episcopal Church. And whereas St. Luke's has a long history of providing spiritual leadership and healing to the community and is a place where all God's children are welcome and everyone is valued. And whereas Reverend Varghese is a faith leader and published author of national reputation, known for her inspiring writing, teaching, and preaching. And whereas Reverend Varghese earned her bachelor's degree in religious studies from Southern Methodist University and her Master of Divinity degree from the Union Theological Seminary. And whereas Reverend Varghese served as the priest on the strategic clergy team at Trinity Church, Wall Street, the rector of St. Mark's in the Bowery, the Episcopal chaplain at Columbia University, and the curate at St. Albans Westwood, and Episcopalian chaplain at UCLA. And now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners welcomes Reverend Winnie Varghese to Fulton County and the Atlanta faith community and wishes her well in her new church home, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 16th, 2020 as Reverend Winnie Varghese Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, and what a wonderful way to be welcomed to Atlanta. And St. Luke's looks forward to many, many more years of serving this community. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Larry Dingle Remembrance Day, sponsored by Commissioners Arrington and Hall.
Very proud to be able to present this proclamation today on behalf of Larry Dingle. He was a great lawyer, great mentor, but he was an even better person. Whereas Larry Mackenzie Dingle was born on June 26, 1949, in Dillon, South Carolina, on a farm where he lived with his parents and siblings. His favorite quote was, "I'm just a farm boy from South Carolina that's doing okay." And whereas Larry Dingle was educated in the Dillon County school system and desegregated the Latta High School, where he earned his high school diploma. And whereas Larry Dingle attended Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia after high school and later transferred to Georgia State University, where he earned both his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate degrees. And whereas Larry Dingle began his career with the city of Atlanta as a police officer and advanced to become the first African-American clerk of council under the administrations of Mayors Maynard Jackson and Andrew Young until 1990. And whereas Larry Dingle began his tenure as a partner at the law firm of Peterson, Dillard, Young, Aslan, and Powell in 1990, and later became a partner at Wilson, Brock, and Irby, LLC. And whereas Larry Dingle served on several distinguished boards of directors, including Southeast Energy, the Bank of North Georgia, Central Fulton Senior Services, and Georgia State University's Board of Visitors. He also was a member of the Georgia Bar Association for 20 years, and he co-authored major land use laws in Georgia, which was published by the National Business Institute. He also represented Tyler Perry in local real estate transactions. And whereas Larry Dingle was a proud resident of Southwest Atlanta, a lifetime member of Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, and a beloved husband and father, and a mentor and friend who was loved and respected by many. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Larry Mackenzie Dingle for a lifetime of integrity, his contributions to the practice of law, and for his dedication as a civil servant, and does hereby proclaim Sunday, February 6th, 2022 as Larry Dingle Remembrance Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
The next proclamation is recognizing Pamela Stoner Gay Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Welcome. The proclamation reads as follows: whereas Pamela Stoner Gay was born and raised in Jackson, Mississippi, to biracial parents during a time when interracial marriage was unlawful in most states, including Mississippi. And whereas Pamela faced many societal challenges growing up as a biracial child in the South, which led her to keen social awareness. And whereas Pamela was heavily influenced at an early age for her father, civil rights icon, Dr. Peter Stoner, who was one of the original white freedom riders. He often drove Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to southern towns, believing that those in opposition to civil rights would not assault Dr. King if he was being escorted by white freedom riders. And whereas Pamela has an interest for positive initiatives surrounding Ward 4 and the city of College Park as a whole, and by working with her husband, Ward 4 Councilmember Roger Gay, they are spearheading initiatives that include education and career enhancement, protection of senior citizens and the aging, noise and logistic threats, apartments and tenant rights, city and government accountability, fiscal transparency, and citywide beautification. And whereas Pamela is employed with the state of Georgia for over 20 years, she is the 2022 recipient of the City of College Park Legacy Award, and she and Councilman Gay are the proud parents of 3 children, Blake, Majestic, and Roman. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends Pamela Stoner Gay for her tireless commitment to service to her local community and for social justice, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 16th, 2022 as Pamela Stoner Gay Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to take the time out to thank all the commissioners, especially you, Commissioner Arrington. I would like to thank my family, my husband, Councilman Gay, my son, Blake. I would also like to thank the people of College Park, and mostly I would like to thank my family. My father, this proclamation is for my mother and father, who stood the test of time through marriage, through love, through everything. And my parents always taught me to believe in myself. They always taught me to help others, to love others, to feed others, to help the homeless. So I think I have made them proud. Thank you. Okay.
The next proclamation is recognizing Devoted Lee Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Is Devotus Lee here? Okay, everybody's with you, okay. Devotus G. Lee is the owner of Dee's Cafe and began her catering business in 2009 and has since grown from doing small events to doing large events, and in 2013 expanded the business to become Dee's Cafe and Catering. And Devotus grew up in Atlanta, Georgia, and attended Morris Brown College and furthered her education in business, hospitality management, and various continuing education programs in food management and other food service-related studies. Devotus credits her many years of employment with UPS as the force behind her success as a businesswoman and owner, using the skills she learned in customer service and relations to expand her catering business. And Devotus has served her community faithfully through her volunteer efforts with groups including the Georgia Department of Corrections, her service on the Red Cross Minority Advisory Board, where she served as secretary and president, and SCLC Women Incorporated, where she served as co-chair alongside Ambassador Andrew Young and Carolyn Young for the Drum Major for Justice dinner. And whereas Devotus has received several awards and acknowledgments for her volunteer work, including the Women of Achievement Award from the YWCA, the Outstanding Georgia Citizens Award from the Secretary of State, and she has received several awards from the 100 Black Women of Atlanta. It is with immense pride during the month of Black History that we celebrate one of our sheroes that does so much behind the scenes, but is part of the integral landscape of Fulton County and the city of Atlanta. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends Devotus G. Lee for her many contributions to the local community and for her well-earned status as trusted fixture in the business community, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 16, 2022, as Devotus G. Lee Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I just want to say thank you. I humbly accept this award. I want to say thank you to Commissioner Rahman and to the other commissioners. And I'm an Atlanta girl, and I love Atlanta. So being a part of the small businesses in Atlanta is good, and we appreciate it.
The next proclamation is recognizing Jill Lindsay Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Now, see, Councilman Baker, did we see Mayor? Can you all join? And then friends and family, please come down. This woman has been a powerhouse in Fulton County and also South Fulton. And so I'm just asking those elected officials that are here to support her, as well as friends and family, please join us here at the podium. Whereas Jill Lindsay is a native of Jasper County, Mississippi, and was raised in Las Vegas, Nevada, and whereas Jill is an entrepreneur and founder of Go Green Communities, a domestic nonprofit organization formed on August 30th, 2020, which provides litter pickup every week, and I do mean every week, for communities in the city of South Fulton and Fulton County and Bethesda Road and Old National Highway. She also serves as interim public advocate and public liaison regarding citizens' concerns and issues on our corridor. And whereas Jill is a member of several boards, including the Fulton County Elder Affairs Board and District 6, the Mighty Six, also the Old National Merchants Association, and board chair and vice president of Feeding Georgia Families. And whereas Jill is an adopter of Bethesda Road in the city of South Fulton, and she is an active adopter of Old National Highway through the U.S. Department of Transportation. And whereas Jill is an alumni of Fulton County Citizens University's class of 2007 and Fulton County Citizens Police University class of 2012, Jill has been what we call a little piece of leather, but sure enough put together, as the old folks say, because Jill Lindsay, those of you that don't know her, you will get to know her either by email, by phone, by call, by walking in. She is a one-woman wrecking crew, but for good, because she loves her community. She loves Fulton County, city of South Fulton, and the state of Georgia. And it is with immense pride that our heroine of making sure that public tax dollars are not wasted, it is with immense pride that now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends Jill Lindsay for her steadfast participation and dedication to making her community a better place to live for all citizens and those who visit, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 16, 2022 as Jill Lindsay Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Thank you, everyone. First, giving honor to God, because He is one of the reasons why I was chosen to be on Old National. Because I asked him, where do you want me to buy my home? He said, start by your church, which is World Changers Church International. I want to thank Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman and everyone on Fulton County's Commissioner Board for this great celebration of everything we've been doing on the Old National Corridor. And one thing I want to mention is your land is the most important asset that you will ever purchase. So I want this to go out to all the way to the Capitol building, that we're asking for a mandatory trash and litter to pass in Georgia, because that is one way to make sure that litter is controlled in the state of Georgia. It's a beautiful place. They have it in Las Vegas. We can have it here in Georgia. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Geraldine Ferrari Appreciation Day, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
Geraldine to come down, as well as all our colleagues in the county attorney's office that are here with us this morning. And this is a proclamation that I'm pleased to present on behalf of the full board, and full board in all caps. And it's only fitting that we get to recognize you on a third Wednesday. This is your last day, right? Officially your last day on a third Wednesday. But you don't have to sit over there and deal with us knuckleheads for today, right? So you get to sit up here and observe for as little as you want to. For those of you that don't know Geraldine, you're going to hear a little bit about her, but you know, if you've followed our meetings, she's often sitting right over there, and she has been a tremendous asset and gift to Fulton County government for quite some time, and this is really a bittersweet day. We're gonna miss her very much, but we are super excited about the next journey she's going on for her. So with that, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas Geraldine Webb Ferrari has served as senior county attorney, deputy county attorney, and interim county attorney during her tenure with Fulton County government since January 2009, and whereas Geraldine Ferrari earned her bachelor's degree in accounting from Dillard University in New Orleans, Louisiana, and her Juris Doctorate degree from Emory School of Law in Atlanta, Georgia. And whereas Geraldine Ferrari has practiced law since 1988, including her 15-year tenure as staff attorney with the City of Atlanta's Law Department and in-house counsel for Caldwell Banker Residential Brokerage in Atlanta. And whereas Geraldine Ferrari is a member of the Junior League of Atlanta, a trustee at the Indian School, and a member of the board of directors at Three Keys, Inc., among several other civic organizations. And whereas Geraldine Ferrari's calm, thorough, and articulate explanation of the law, that's what it says, right? You know, that have left a lasting impression on all who have worked with her and has set a high standard for those who will follow in her role as legal counsel on behalf of Fulton County government. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commend the dedication exhibited by Geraldine Ferrari during her exemplary tenure with Fulton County and celebrates with her on the occasion of her retirement and does hereby proclaim, I don't know about retirement. You don't like that word, right? Yeah, retirement from Fulton County. But she's not retiring. She's going on to some other stuff and share her gifts there. And does hereby proclaim Friday, February 11, 2022, as Geraldine Ferrari Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. I don't know if we got any of my other colleagues that want to say anything else, but I'll leave with this, and I shared with this on Friday, that she certainly is left an indelible mark on Fulton County government, and I am super pleased that she's going on to another journey. She's excited about it, and she's doing so with her health and her beauty intact.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ellis, Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair Hausman, and all the members of the Board of Commissioners, Dick Anderson, County Manager, your wonderful department heads, the chiefs of staff, and my family in the law department. I'm gonna make this quick because I won't be able to make it through. We talk a lot about synergy, excellence. You're such an excellent team. You can't do a job like this without a great team behind you. And although, yes, I have poured into you, you have poured into me so much love. And I am ever so grateful for it. Yes, it's been a labor of love, tough love sometimes, but love always. And, you know, that last paragraph caught my attention because it's not the number of contracts negotiated, the number of cases won, the number of opinions drafted. It's character, it's a calling. That's what this profession is all about. That's what we instill in our team, and that's what we represent. I will miss you all greatly, and I will be in touch.
Next, we will have presentation of certificates, Youth Commission induction ceremony.
What are we gonna do? You gonna start off and they gonna stay where they are? They're gonna stay where they are. Okay.
I'll do the opening, then I'll call you to just read the oath.
Okay.
And then following that,
Each commissioner
we'll do
will-
a certificate. Each commissioner will present certificates. Good morning.
Well, they coming down here.
Hey, I'm gonna do.
No.
Good day. My name is Reginald Crossley, and I am the coordinator of the Fulton County Youth Commission. These distinguished young men and women, as you see here in the audience, we are going to start our induction ceremony. We will open with Chairman Pitts, who will read the oath of service, followed by the certificates being presented, and each respective commissioner can take pictures with the respective youth commissioner as well. Thank you.
All right, please stand. Raise your right hand. I, and state your name. All right, do solemnly affirm that I will support and fulfill the duties of Youth Commissioner for Fulton County in all matters which require me, to the best of my knowledge and skill, to advise the Fulton. What? Say what? Huh? Oh. Where is it? All right, the following skills. Advise the Fulton County Board of Commissioners about how Fulton County can best address youth concerns and issues. Design methods to prevent at-risk situations of children and youth in Fulton County. Positively influence policies that impact children and youth. Serve as a positive role model, leader, and voice for the student population. And I do further solemnly affirm that I will endeavor to discharge my duties in the following manner. Participate in monthly meetings and community projects. Maintain contact with commissioners on youth issues. Plan solution-driven service projects that will benefit youth and reflect favorably on Fulton County government and citizens, and share pertinent information with my peers on solutions to youth-related issues. I pledge that I will fulfill these duties, and I will act in my judgment, which will be the most conducive to the welfare and best interests of the youth of the entire county. These affirmations I hereby make on this 16th day in February of 2022. Congratulations.
At this time, we will present our certificates of completion for the program. We'll start with District 1. And in the absence of some of our commissioners, yes, please, if you don't mind standing in. First, we would like to call down District 1, Venkata Guvala. Take a picture. Yes. Yes. Representing District 1, Maya Cunningham. Ruhi Dadamani. Myra Abewarden. Next, District 2, Davika Sharma. Kate Zarinskis. Anika Aragam. Harshita Chala. Jasmine Stewart. Representing District 3, Shreya Sunil. Maris Fontagrossi. Anish Nayak. Anusha Bhattacharya. Representing District 4, Emily Ann Santiago, which serves as the Vice Chair. District 4, Rachel Alexander. Wilburn Harris. Archie Devanini. Sierra Pape. Representing District 5, Hunter Willis. Nemaya Lucent. Maya Henderson. Layla Jones. Representing District 6, Shania Harris. Jada Hall. Kaya Shabazz. Prevela Idowu. Okay. And last but not least, serving as chair at large, Devin Storm serves as the chair of the Fulton County Youth Commission. Thank you. Want to share some? Okay, go.
I hope you guys don't mind me taking my mask off this morning. Sorry, I'm just a little short. Good morning, FCYCs, parents, elected officials, and constituents. I am Devin Joy Storms, your Fulton County Youth Commission chairwoman of the 2020 to 2022 term. I represent District 6 on behalf of Khadijah Abdul Rahman in South Fulton, and I am a Westlake High School Magnet senior. I am also proud to be a senior South Fulton I am also proud to be a senior Fulton County Youth Commissioner and to have served on this committee for the last 2.5 years. Today, we are celebrating the hard work and dedication that each YC has contributed during these trying times. I understand that the past couple of years has been overwhelming and a little fuzzy, to say the least. However, I commend each and every YC on their dedication not only to this program, but to their community. Although majority of our meetings were via Zoom and we couldn't conduct in-person volunteer hours, we were able to persevere and most of our initiatives came into fruition. Some to mention are the second annual Earth Art Day contest, as well as the Drug Prevention Art Contest founded by the Environmental Committee, the creation and completion of our College and Career Guide Handbook founded by the Social Progress Committee, various PSAs not only geared towards drug prevention, but the awareness of mental health in 6th through 12th grade environments, teen dating health, driving safety, and kindness matters for grades 1 through 5, founded by the Health Committee, and lastly, our dedicated and amazing Legislative Committee, who tirelessly works on lobbying for the pink tax policy for young ladies in schools, increasing the dropout age for high schoolers, and working to make Georgia college application processes holistic and scholarship information available and accessible to students in the Fulton County area. Before I continue, I would like to take this time to extend a round of applause to the youth commissioners. I just want to say that I admire everyone's tenacity, creativity, resilience, and willingness to press on despite all of our full schedules with academics, extracurriculars, volunteer work, athletics, and other obstacles that we may have faced during the pandemic. When I first started, I only had a general understanding of civic justice, the government, and advocacy from years of participating in student government, participating in events held by my East Point City Council members, and reading news articles. After learning the ropes of my program the first semester, I grew the courage to run for a high-level position I grew the courage to network and run for a high-level leadership position, network with those in government and my district, and find passion for advocating for socioeconomic health disparities. As we begin to end this term, with this wonderful acknowledgement, I would like to encourage each of you guys to remember, if you desire to make a difference in this world, you must be different from the world. In closing, I would like to thank Mr. Crossley for being a wonderful director and keeping this program running for the last 20+ years. And once again, I congratulate all of you, and I can't wait to see the initiatives that we develop within the coming months. And on behalf of the leadership team and current youth commissioners, we would like to thank the commissioners and fellow constituents for their hard work for making Fulton County a county that we hold near and dear. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members present. And there was an item to be added to the agenda today. It will require five affirmative votes, and I would appreciate your affirmative vote to add the resounding item, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the add-on item is 22-0136, registration and elections. Request approval of a statewide contract to provide temporary staffing services.
All right, motion to approve this add-on by Commissioner Natalie Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Let's vote, please. I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellis, you want to be heard?
Yeah, I would like to be heard. I know we've had a lot of discussion around this topic, and I think it's a little bit unfortunate this is coming to us, as an add-on. So I do think it's important, before we vote on it, if you could, whoever's bringing it forward is ask for it to be add-on, articulate, kind of the timing of why we're bringing it as an add-on and the necessity of addressing it today.
Yes, sir, I'll be glad to do that. This procurement is consistent with the temporary staffing strategy that was discussed and then sent to the board in a memo, whereby the goal is to diversify the temporary staffing suppliers that we have from one to several. Through really good work that Felicia did and her staff, we went through the list of 10 staffing firms that are on the state contract, narrowed it down to 6 to ask for proposals, and then these 3 were selected. The necessity of bringing this on now is to go ahead and move forward quicker to get this in place for the primary as opposed to waiting the general election, and believe that we can do that. Obviously, with that date being May 24th and the hiring plans beginning in March, is why it's on the agenda today as an add-on. So all of that came together last week, necessitating an add-on for the agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, let's vote, please. Appreciate your affirmative vote. Just to add it to the agenda, yes, sir.
And the vote is open to add to the agenda. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there's one other item that we received a protest on, so if you want to change the agenda reflective of removing it, it's 22-0123. It's the landscaping proposal.
On page 5.
Remove?
Yes, sir, to remove it to allow the protest to proceed.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk.
Back on page 4, public hearings, 22-0118, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. Public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 7 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come down? Dion Melick, Jane Shapai, Margie McLeod, Lucia Frazier, Susan Ortiz-Villalobos.
All right, it's 10:56.
Good morning, my name is...
Before you begin, sorry. As usual, when you have 15 seconds left, I'll just simply say 15 seconds, which will be your cue to conclude your remarks.
Thank you.
Might adjust the mic.
Good morning, my name is Dion Malick. I'm the mother of 3 Atlanta public school children, grades 3, 5, and 7, a PhD-level speech-language pathologist and wife of a surgeon. I come to you today to ask you to advocate for our youngest residents across Fulton County. Why am I here asking you? Because you are the leaders of our county, and I have heard in these meetings and from our school district that Atlanta Public School receives guidance from Fulton Board of Health and Atlanta Emergency Management. From March 2020 to February 2021, my children were forced into mandatory virtual school. Starting February 2021, in-person school was offered with mitigation measures instituted in what I believe is an inequitable fashion across the county and Atlanta Public School District. What this may look like includes recess zones, eating in classrooms, and outside versus cafeterias, no field trips, no volunteers, limiting when and where kids can drink water, when and where they can talk, limit bathroom use, kids facing walls or sitting behind plexiglass, no visiting enrichment programs or tutoring programs, no assemblies, mandatory COVID testing for all APS staff 2 times a week, limited in-person parent meetings, mandatory APS COVID testing for APS-sanctioned athletes, and enrichment programs 2 times a week, limited social interaction to classmates only, all in the name of COVID safety. Per an APS open records request, we now have over 19,000 of the 50,000 students consented for 2 times a week testing. The concern is the impact these COVID mitigation measures may be having on the children's academic growth, mental and physical and social well-being, and the lasting effects we do not yet understand. I understand that we have varying rates of vaccination across our county, but we knew these trends existed, and you have asked for these to be addressed with increased vaccine testing, and we have diligently been working on outreach. I am now, in February 2022, asking that you support the 514 bill known as Unmasked Georgia Kids and allow parents and guardians the right to choose when it is in their children's best interest to unmask their children while in school, given their individual mental, social, and physical health risks. I'm also asking you to review the Urgency of Normal Toolkit for COVID in Kids. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Jane Shapey. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak with you as a citizen and active voter of Fulton County. I am asking each of you to support the Board of Elections by giving them the resources they need to protect the access to vote for all of Fulton County voters. I am a critical care flight nurse, and during COVID, I had seen firsthand the damage that can be done when fear combined with misinformation are repeated again and again. During the January meeting, I was moved to action after hearing the public comments of payroll complaints, accusations of Stacey Abrams' involvement in Happy Faces, the audit by Mr. Anthony Nix, and the closing discussions from Patrick Estridge and Mr. Dick Anderson. I did research from valid, credible sources, and I reread the Carter-Jones report. I discovered that the statements about the Abrams issues are false. I agree that payroll issues for poll workers should be corrected immediately. God bless our poll workers, and they should be fully paid as promised, but also protected. One specific area of my concern after reading the Carter-Jones report was his concern for the safety of our election workers. He mentioned several times he witnessed and reported not just bad and shameful actions by party monitors, but at times illegal and threatening behaviors toward election workers. Thank you to Mr. Dick Anderson and Mr. Patrick Estridge for their guidance at the end of last month's meeting to bring the conversation back to how to manage our future elections, starting with May primaries. They were the voices of reason and presented a plan for securing the May primaries and making staffing changes for future elections. Please give the Board of Elections the resources necessary to correct our problems and support them with integrity and decisions that protect the access to vote for all of Fulton County voters. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council, Isobit Commission. My name is Margie McLeod. I'm a community activist in the community. We have a crisis, the homeless crisis. And what I'm saying to you, Rob Hicks, we need to share that money that you give to the animal shelter, the biggest one. Let's have a bigger human shelter. I love dogs. I got 3 dogs, one named Marcy, the other one named Teddy, and the other one named Rosie. It's not that we need to share that money because we have a crisis here in the city of Atlanta. Then we don't have rent control. We have people right now is displaced because they cannot afford the rent. I know we need rent control here in the city of Atlanta. And then also, we need, seniors is getting put out. And that's why I came. I have orange on. It wasn't planned for me to have orange on. It's because I was supposed to be here. Because people who cannot speak, they need help. We need housing. We need low income housing. And since we don't have that, my dream is have the biggest human shelter in the city of Georgia. The rural areas is hurting also. So what I'm just saying, I'm not taking nothing from the animal shelter. $25 million, I was gonna come down here earlier. But it's not that I don't. We need to share that money. So is any way, Rob Hicks, that we could share that money and build the biggest human shelter in the city of Atlanta? Thank you.
Good morning, Lucia Frazier. My fellow Fulton County citizens, I hope you're listening. All the money that you keep coming and asking this board for is being sent to the elections department for more, I don't know, more temp agencies. I think we were talking since September that we don't want the temp agency. You were surprised when we tried to get rid of them and the staff told you, well, we can't, we weren't preparing, and you had told them before to do that. So I hope everybody's watching. We've been calling this out for a while. The state audit confirmed that this temp agency is a cover-up and a way to abuse our money. I hope everybody's listening. Today, this board is sneaking in another agenda item for more money. I don't know why you have to sneak it in. My fellow citizens, please watch how this board allocates your money. 2012, we spent $9 million in elections. 2016, $10 million. In 2020, $18 million. 2022, $37 million, and you're asking for more money again today. I'm very confused, and I'm concerned about everything else that's suffering for what we don't even know. Are we in for more surprise deviations to cause chaos and confusion to provide cover for the team that runs the ball so they can change the color of the ball before it gets to the end zone? Please pay attention to this board, my fellow citizens, and keep watching. And for the lady ahead of me that says that there were no corrupt connections,
15 seconds.
That's wrong. And please stop bringing people here to tell lies while we're trying to help our community because we love our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan Ortiz Villajos. First of all, I wanted to say that I'm thankful to God that no one got hurt in your firebomb incident, Mr. Arrington. And I was pleased to see that you're exercising your Second Amendment rights to carry a firearm to protect yourself and your family. I hope you will vote for candidates that will fight to preserve those rights. I'm also thankful to the board for making sure that the Fulton County website was finally updated to announce that all positions for the open positions for the elections. Now, I sure hope people will actually be called after they apply. I was pleased to see that I have already been contacted to work Election Day, but not for early voting yet. I'm not sure if Happy Faces will do that automatically since I worked the last election. I also wanted to remind you that on the application to register to vote, at the bottom you can check a box if you would be interested in being contacted to work the elections. I checked yes, but was never called when I moved here. This is another part of the process that needs to be looked into. Who sees these checks and who is supposed to respond to engage the community? Another point, the website now mentions a 5-week commitment. For early voting of 18 days plus a week of training, that adds up to 25 days, which is more like 4 weeks. So that doesn't make sense. And that same line about 5 weeks appears under the Election Day poll worker tab, which could confuse or dissuade people. There is also a 35-word per minute typing minimum requirement mentioned.
15 seconds.
In the training for early voting, it was apparent that some who were hired by Happy Faces did not even know how to do a simple copy and paste of the registration number, much less type at that speed. So once again, I'm here to tell you their hiring practices are questionable. That is not to say some people could not be line monitors or perform other duties. Thank you.
Next two speakers, Sandra Burkhardt and Maggie Goldman.
Good morning. I'm Sandra Burkhardt. I live in Fulton County. It was wonderful to hear all those wonderful things that people have done and to give them the attention and the notoriety and the information to make it known that they have been doing some really great things for this county. However, some of us come with heavy hearts. This morning as I was praying, I read something that said, if you stand by and you're quiet and you watch it happen, and you are participating in a crime, it is clear. Well, I thought about this State Farm Arena videos that a lot of us have seen, and it keeps coming to me that what we saw on those tapes was corruption. If you don't recognize that as corruption, then there's some question about integrity. Some of us keep coming to speak truth. Truth does not go away, and neither will we. We come because we care about truth above all. We care about truth, justice, and freedom. We are motivated by truth. We are motivated by integrity, like some of the young people that you encouraged today. Fair elections do not have to be complicated. They are only complicated when the goal is to cheat. Those cameras captured behavior that was very embarrassing. We want it to stop. Unfortunately, some people want it to continue. Thank you.
Hello, Maggie Goldman, Johns Creek, District 1. So I've been following the maps process carefully, and I just want to say that the Fulton County Board of Education was able to prepare and send their map before Christmas, and we definitely could have done a better job in getting a map out sooner. However, we did provide a map. I'd really like to continue talking about the budget process. I would like you to start looking at the 2023 budget now so that we can have something prepared before we vote, before you vote on the millage rate over the summer. Many other groups, including the Board of Education, are able to prepare a budget ahead of their millage rate. There was $71 million in unfunded requests last year. Surely we can do a better job of reviewing those things ahead of time to see what we might want to incorporate in the future. The judicial system was likely underfunded to begin with before the COVID backlog. Maybe we need to keep some of the staff that we added due to COVID. We really need to take a longer look at this ahead of time so that if perhaps a change needs to be made to the millage rate, we are prepared to do that. Now, maybe we won't, but we should look at the budget ahead of time. I'd also like to know what's going on with the about $1 million that we got from the federal government to go to homeless service organizations. It looked like that might have been on the budget, on the agenda sometime in February, but apparently it's not. I've also heard a lot of requests for more money for rapid rehousing funds, which I believe is a security deposit and 3 months of rent to help people get out of extended stay hotels, homeless shelters, and all the homeless service organizations that we have. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, the next speakers will be via Zoom. We have 14 speakers.
14.
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. We have 14 speakers, and the first to speak is Ben Howard.
Greetings, Commissioners and staff, and special greetings to you citizens of Fulton County. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Kudos to all at our senior multi-purpose facilities who make those nutritious and delicious meals available to us seniors at such a reasonable cost and with such a pleasurable demeanor. I find it's time for me to seek outside help in getting the various iterations of senior services management to do right by the Commission on Elder Affairs? Why should the Commission on Elder Affairs hold a meeting in February when online there is only the agenda from the January meeting? Why are Commission on Elder Affairs members being led to believe they are not subject to the Georgia Open Meetings Act and its requirements, including summary minutes in addition to regular minutes? Why aren't the members of the Commission on Elder Affairs being told that the real reason why those Council on Aging vacancies have been kept open these many months is that Ben Howard is a candidate to fill one of those Council on Aging slots? Those questions and others just might be answered when outside help is brought in.
The next person to speak is Bridget Thorne.
Hi, Commissioners. This is Bridget Thorne. I see on the website that you've opened up some spots for the community to be more involved in other areas of the election process. Thank you for that. I think that is one small step and the right step in restoring trust in our elections. Now, I think it is imperative that Fulton Elections starts operating more efficiently and stop wasting our taxpayer dollars. Richard Barron is going to the media and saying he is facing funding challenges with his $37 million budget. In 2020, after analyzing the $25 million expenses that was given to the auditor, $7.3 million was spent on non-agency capital. That is equipment you shouldn't have to buy again. $6.5 million was spent on COVID expenses. We shouldn't have to spend that again. That is $13.8 million total. And now with the budget he has here, that's very generous. Stop overstaffing the precincts. Prior to 2020, as a precinct manager, I would have 8 workers. Now that number is about 14. Great. Now I have about 5 or 6 workers who get to play basketball in the school gym. It's ridiculous and it's wasteful. There's no need for line monitors when you have no lines. There is no need for a compliance officer. The managers should be responsible for reconciliation reports. It's their job, not some outside compliance manager. There is no need for poll techs in every precinct. Allow current poll workers to get a poll tech certification and just pay them a little bit more for that certification. There is no need for additional provisional ballot clerk. Your assistant manager or one of your assistant managers should be responsible for that training in that area of the
15
election.
seconds.
On another note, it's time to stop the vaccine and mask mandates for Fulton County workers. You know, even your health officials say that whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, you're still going to get Omicron. So it doesn't matter. So stop testing. If you're going to do so, then test everybody because everybody can catch it. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
The next person to speak is Matt Rowenzak.
Good morning, Commissioners. I have a genuine question for you this morning. Do you believe in transparency and open communication with the public? Not do you use it as a talking point, but do you really believe it? If so, we've still got a long way to go. Let me share an example with you. Chairman Pitts, you mentioned that the public would enjoy working with the new BRE chair, Ms. Woolard, and that she was fair and transparent. Well, I'm still waiting on that day. Last week, she, along with 2 other board members, voted to amend the bylaws so that public comment would be eliminated from special meetings. Does that sound fair and transparent to you? Let's also clarify something about these special meetings. There's nothing special about most of them. Do you know what most people outside of government call that? They simply call it another meeting. It's evident Fulton elections are not headed in the right direction currently. And what is this attempt at an emergency funding of a temp agency or multiple temp agencies? Simply stated, what are y'all doing? It's been clearly stated by audits and residents to stop using temp agencies and stop wasting taxpayer dollars. It has been articulated multiple times, not only by the public, but even this board, as to what's the elections department's plan to involve residents in all aspects of the election process. It's been weeks since this was mentioned, so what's the plan? Commissioner Hall, did you ever receive any answers to the questions that were posed to the elections department a month ago? I'm not
15
aware
seconds.
of anyone that has. We currently have a significant issue that is not being addressed by this department, and it needs attention yesterday. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Candace Stockham.
Hello, good morning. My name is Candace Stockham, and I am a Fulton County resident. And I would like to ask the Board of Commission to support the Board of Elections for the entire 2022 election cycle. Also, I'd like to ask the Board of Elections to continue to search for a new Board of Elections director. So thank you for your hard work, and thank you for your time.
The next person to speak is Candy Muldowney. Candy Muldowney. Okay, the next person to speak is Jane Zolik. Excuse me for a second. James Zolik.
Hi, good morning all. I'm Jane Zellick, a resident of Fulton County District 3. I am here to ask you all to please support the Board of Elections by giving them the resources sufficient to staff the entire 2022 cycle sufficiently so that we can all exercise our right and privilege to vote in a free and fair election here. Please don't allow distractions from this very important work by political concerns or by people who are not motivated by the best interests of all Fulton County voters. Please also continue the search for a new elections director and preparing for the upcoming election. There's, as we all know, numerous issues and much to be done, and we appreciate all of your efforts in securing funding to ensure the rights of all of our voters. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Joseph Blunt.
Good morning. I'm Joe Blunt, a resident of Fulton County District 4, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have a couple of brief comments, and that they are: the Board of Elections should be provided the resources that they need to staff the 2022 election cycle. The Board of Elections should focus on their search for a new director and preparing for the upcoming elections. They should not be distracted by political concerns. And I would like to thank the Board of Commissioners for their attention to their matters. And thank you for your service to the citizens of Fulton County.
The next person to speak is Linda Downing. Linda Downing. Okay, the next person to speak is Marika Lamoureux. Lamoureux.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I, along with several other people, are here to voice our support for the Board of Elections. I am a Fulton County resident, and I believe that the Board of Commissioners should support the Board of Elections by giving them the resources they need to sufficiently staff the 2022 cycle. And the Board of Elections should focus on the search for a new elections director and prepare for the upcoming elections and not be distracted from its important work by political concerns or people who are not motivated by the best interests of all Fulton County voters. Thank you so much for your service, and thank you for your time.
The next person to speak is Candy Muldowney.
Hi, this is actually Kevin Muldowney, registered incorrectly under my wife's name. I noticed a line item on this week's agenda for open and responsible government. As mentioned earlier by Matt Rozak, at last week's BRE meeting, Kathy Woolard, the supposedly nonpartisan chair, submitted a change to their procedures to suppress public comment at special meetings by only allowing said comment at the discretion of the board. This move is not open or responsible to the constituents of the county. I believe the initial firing of Richard Barron was a direct result of the pressure brought about by concerned citizens through these very same public comments at a special meeting. The suppression of citizens' comments is just one step away from the suppression of their votes. I realize this was not a direct decision by the Board of Commissioners, but the question has to be asked. Is this the kind of partisan decision we can expect as a result of the obvious political imbalance on the current Board of Registration and Elections? The vote to pass this suppression was straight along party lines, 3 Democrats versus 2 Republicans. Looks like suppression is a Democrat value. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Matali Jane.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. I am a resident of Fulton County as well. I'm glad to see that the add-on item was added to the agenda today. I would encourage the Board of Commissioners to fully support the Board of Elections with adequate resources that they need to sufficiently staff the 2022 election cycle, particularly in light of the very real threats to security and safety that have already started to manifest. And because of how critical these elections are, I'd also encourage the commission, the Board of Commission, to guide the Board of Elections to focus in on the search for a new elections director and to prepare for the upcoming election cycle. I'm really concerned that the Board of Elections not be distracted from its critical work ahead in the months ahead by political agendas or individuals who aren't motivated by the best interests of Fulton County voters like me. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Muhammad Salah. Muhammad Salah. Okay, the next person to speak is Linda Downing.
Hi, good morning. My name is Linda Downing. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for providing the opportunity for me to speak today. I've been a City of Atlanta resident for 13 years, and I would like to commend the Fulton County Board of Elections for the positive experience I had when early voting in the 2020 elections. I saw a smooth and orderly process where I was able to vote early at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. This meant that due to the sheer size of this space, I didn't have to wait in a line too long, and I was able to maintain a safe distance in light of the COVID pandemic. So I would like to express my continued support for the expansion of early voting, the expansion of absentee voting, to ensure there are adequate polling stations so that voters don't have to wait in lines that are too long, and also a focus on the search for a new elections director. Our democracy will benefit from the engagement of all its citizens. Thank you so much.
The next person to speak is Patty Nathan.
Good morning. I'm Patty Nathan, a resident of District 2. I asked the Fulton Board of Commissioners to support the Board of Elections by giving them the resources to sufficiently staff the 2022 cycle. The state legislature has imposed many obligations without providing any funding to cover the costs. They need an additional $53 million to adequately fulfill their obligations to the residents of Fulton County. I can think of nothing more important to the citizens of Fulton County than protecting their vote. Georgia and Fulton County will be under the national microscope once again in this election cycle. The entire country, indeed the entire world, is watching. Thank you.
The last one to speak is Ralph Fruitman.
My name is Ralph Fruchtman, and I'm a resident of District 4,
I also want to ask the Board of Commissioners to support the Board of Elections. Fulton County deserves a well-run election, and funding is crucial. Election performance in our county could not be more visible, and it could not be more important. Please give the Board of Elections the money that they need. Thank you.
And this concludes our Zoom comments.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, that was the last of the speakers. We don't have any email comments today.
All right, thank you. Continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 5, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 22-0119, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update.
11:27, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Our team will be virtual today in that Dr. Paxton's in her office. Matt has expressing some symptoms and awaiting a PCR test. And then Doug Schuster, proud to say, is a new grandpa as of last night with baby Will, 6 pounds, 7 ounces. So congratulations to Doug, who's also listening in. Briefly, the trends are still positive with the exceptions of the death per day rate, which is the ultimate, of course, trailing indicator. The cases at 230, the positivity rate at 7.7%, and hospitalizations at 450 represent improvements from 445% to 80% respectively. So obviously the trends are significantly improved. The hospital bed availability.
Where would I see this comment?
Hospital bed availability at 10%, and then the 6.6 deaths per day are very concerning.
You know.
Hold on.
Moderator, if you could mute Mr. Ralph Frutchman, Mr. Ralph Frutchman, thank you.
So that all being said, Fulton County is still in a high transmission category, and we've asked Dr. Paxton to speak to you today relative to her perspective on the trends, as well as the potential impacts on policies that you would need to consider relating to mask and vaccination test requirements for county employees and buildings. While we don't recommend any immediate changes today, we do believe that a move to encouragement versus compliance will make sense given another couple of weeks. So do expect us to have specific mask as well as vaccination policy recommendations in the next BOC meeting. We'll also be addressing our overall public approach in the next meeting to vaccination and testing strategies concurrent with the federal government policies, which we believe effective on April 1 will change. So again, expect us to come back to discuss that with you during the March meeting. At present, we're seeing still good success with events and incentives. Particularly APS basketball games have yielded some nice results over the last couple of weeks, 265 vaccinations, and a lot of good feedback from parents, and we'll pass that on today. With ERAP, of course, we have announced publicly, and now we'll underscore again, we have received in hand the $25 million additional that was initiated by the chairman and then very much facilitated by the commissioner of DCA. We're very pleased that that's been received. We have now started the process for an additional $25 million. Which we believe will be successful in securing. So much credit to Dr. Rochelle and her team, and she can discuss any of those details. In addition, Dr. Rochelle can discuss what was announced this week, which is the receipt of the 50,000 home tests that are now being distributed through over 20 library and clinic locations. So that's also good news. As you know, we're moving forward now into economic recovery, as we had described, and we have some, I think, very exciting initiatives included in your package today: small business loans, workforce development, and a unique partnership with the South Fulton Chamber. And Samir can provide some updates on that. But again, as we've been talking about, as we make progress on suppression of the virus, the critical next step is elevating our economic interest, and these programs, I think, do that. Our flagship effort, Project Orca, continues to gain momentum and recognition from the state as well as nationally. We're all very pleased with the hiring progress, the logistics, and most importantly, the progress on reducing the number of cases. Technology has played a huge role in the success of this as well, and it's appropriate that we spend a brief review on the IT roadmap efforts today. And of course, Alton is prepared to provide you an update, including judge-level scorecards, which I know has been much anticipated, and those are included in your package. With our employees, we have now reached 86% vaccination level and had only 36 new cases, and very few facing termination for non-compliance. So we believe we can normalize operations fairly quickly and work to continue the long-term reconfiguration of our work environment, as we've talked about, that will allow for more flexibility for remote working as well as pandemic proofing our buildings going forward. And then last, on the financial outlook, it remains the same with two important changes. One is we have allocated $1.7 million now explicitly for support of the diversion center. That's coupled with the $800,000 that was already included in the budget. So the full $2.5 million for 2022 is now secure, and then the addition of the $25 million in ERAP funds are now included, which gives us an overall $329 million program to manage in relating to COVID response. So, Mr. Chairman, we are, again, virtual, but as you can see on the screen, we're ready to answer the first part of any questions or provide any further highlights, and then we'll call on Dr. Rochelle, Samir, and Alton for some additional information.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Want to take questions, or they have anything to add?
Matt, do you want to call it or call attention to anything specific? Then we certainly want Dr. Paxton to speak to her perspective on the trends and implications for policies.
Of course. Actually, I'm going to ask Doug to start off with just going over slide 3, giving some points on that one, and then we'll hit a couple other main points, and Dr. Paxton will talk through full bullet points on her slide. So, Doug, if you start off on slide 3, please.
Thank you, Matt. As you all can tell, things have been getting better, and in absence of the huge Omicron surge, we would still be at very, very high totals. So the trends are good, and we're trending in the right direction, but we must remain vigilant and careful. Fulton County case rate is still 4.5 times above the CDC standard for high transmission, but trending in the right direction. 98% of all new cases are from the Omicron variant. The other 2% is from the Omicron subvariant. And then very importantly here, 45% of all new cases, 91% of all new hospitalizations, and 96% of all new deaths are still from the unvaccinated population. And a point I'd like to make here is unvaccinated people, Omicron is just as dangerous as any previous version of the virus. And then the worst news bullet of the day is we are at an all-time high, 6.6 deaths a day. 65 people have died with COVID related problems since the last Fulton County Board of Commissioners meeting. And like I said, we are expecting to continue to see a surge in deaths based on our surge from the holidays on cases. So Omicron is deadly if you're unvaccinated. The Fulton County hospital bed availability continues to be in a severe shortage situation as the number of patients are decreasing pretty sharply with COVID. Their non-COVID patients that have been waiting on procedures are now filling up those empty spaces. So still critical there. 2 of our indicators in the scorecard are red, hospitalizations and deaths. As you all know, those lag. They are trending in the right direction, and 2 are yellow. Next slide, please. You can see right here quickly that orange is much better than the dark purples and reds, but we'd like to be in the yellow situation. Next slide. This shows the CDC recommendation. We're at 236, below 50 is moderate transmission. That's the recommendation for masking. Next slide.
And Doug, if you don't mind, I'd like to go ahead and skip to slide 11. Dr. Paxton, if you could step in here and go ahead and cover these points and add a little bit of extra commentary.
Thank you.
Dr. Paxton, you are on mute at this moment.
Sorry, excuse me. I just wanted to say thank you to Doug and Matt, and I just wanted to briefly emphasize some of the points that are on this slide. As you just saw, there are very clear recommendations from the CDC about when it's really safe to start unmasking widely. And that is dependent on, the level of COVID transmission in the communities. And as you've just seen, that despite, and we're so happy for this, despite the falling number of cases over the past few weeks, that we are still at very high levels. The Fulton County, the new case rate is 236 per 100,000. And whereas we'd really like to, we'll be in a much better position when we get to the point of being less than 50 new cases per 100,000. Now, what we do know is that, we're still lagging, all of us, the United States, is much behind in terms of getting boosted against COVID-19. So we are still putting a huge amount of emphasis on that in the as we're continuing to fight this Omicron surge. And so about 27% of the US population has received their coronavirus vaccine booster shot. And we're right there in Fulton County. You haven't seen it this time, but you've seen it in the past. We have very clear evidence about how boosting can help prevent, very severe complications and keep people out of the hospital. The other thing that I was going to just talk about is that the vaccine mandates work. And what was meant by that is that we know that vaccinations work at keeping people from, first of all, getting sick. You are probably about 5 times less likely to ever even contract COVID if you are vaccinated. And if you do happen to have a breakthrough infection, despite being vaccinated, that you are anywhere from, depending on what you look at, 10 to 50 to 90% less likely to be hospitalized for that, for COVID. So in short, vaccinations protect individuals for severe COVID. They protect our coworkers, as Dick just talked about. The fact that 86% of Fulton County employees are vaccinated has actually, you can see that has helped to decrease the number of cases and people who are out sick due to COVID. It also protects the most vulnerable in our community, and it definitely eases the strain on the hospital system. So what this says about vaccine mandates work, vaccines work to prevent illness and death, and vaccine mandates work to get more people vaccinated. So that's the explanation for, on this slide. So the little points that I wanted to bring up is, one is that there's actually a quote from Dr. Walensky, the head of the CDC, which I think is very relevant to this situation. And one is that it's about masking. And she has said, masks are for now, not forever. And where I think that we in Fulton have a huge advantage is that we have our own data. We're not relying on sort of what's going on in the rest of the United States. We have a very rich database ourselves that we look at literally every day. And we also have, due to Doug's facility with projection models, we actually have an excellent graphs that show us when we might expect, if we continue on this same trajectory, when we might expect to see that we are at such low, that we are at low levels that would justify a change in our approach. So I just wanted to bring that up to you all. And of course, I'm here to answer any particular questions that you might have or clarifications.
Thank you, Dr. Paxton. Just want to highlight 2 or 3 more things, and then we'll go ahead and open the floor to questions for Dr. Paxton. Slide 12, moderator. Just want to once again showcase the great work of the team. 535,000 vaccines administered, 13,757 boosters. Our mobile team, once again, approaching that 42,000 mark of the amount of folks that have been vaccinated in the community. We have resumed first and second dose incentives program, and that actually started on February 15th, Tuesday, February 15th. So individuals that are looking to receive a first or second dose, they can actually take advantage of a $100 incentive. For that, they must be a Fulton County resident to be able to go ahead and take advantage of that program. Next slide, please. Since the last time we did get together, we only saw, to Dr. Paxton's point, only a 1% increase amount of folks that took advantage of the booster. We are tracking that, leveraging the state databases and such. So 281,094 citizens in Fulton County have done the booster program. We'd love to see that go just more than 1% every 2 weeks. So at this time, we're at 46% of our eligible population. If the moderator could switch to slide 16, is the APS basketball logo on it. We have had great success with this. The county manager alluded to it in his opening comments. It has been a great partnership with Atlanta Public Schools. Fulton County Public Schools is looking to see if they can implement something similar. But we have vaccinated over 265 individuals at 4 different Atlanta Public School basketball events and games. The thing that we actually heard back from APS leadership on Friday that we want to share the great news is the parents are actually calling in, telling the folks that it was so great to have it, the convenience piece. We've heard it from our commissioners. Let's make it as convenient as possible. We took advantage of this one opportunity and it worked out in our favor. The parents were bringing their kids either to the basketball game or to watch the basketball game, and it was right there, and they said, why not? So that was one of the good things about that program. We'll also have another outreach program that'll be going on at the Parkland Elementary Cluster with Fulton County Public Schools on February 26th, as well as March 26th, that you'll see up there. The last piece that I will cover before we ask Dr. Rochelle to go ahead and make any comments about the home vaccination test kit program is on slide 17, moderator. We have had 2 locations that we opened not long ago, as well as our other standard sites that we have in the bottom of the screen for testing. We have seen a significant drop off in testing in a lot of our locations. We'll be watching the Morgan Falls location very closely to see when it'll be time to go ahead and actually turn that site off and get ready for an additional surge in the future. So that's something we're watching closely. The Mercedes-Benz Home Depot backyard will sunset this Friday, February 18th. Once again, we're extremely grateful to the State Department of Public Health, as well as Arthur Blank and all of his business units, for opening up this site for us to be able to do this. We did actually also add vaccinations to that location, and people have been taking advantage of that as well. But we're also seeing a pretty significant decline in the amount of folks that are taking advantage of that site. So it is time for us to go ahead and move on to different aspects of our COVID response program. I'd like to moderate to switch to the next slide and pass it to Dr. Rochelle for any comments.
Thank you, Matt. I would like to just draw the commissioner's attention to the fact that we have begun distribution at 15 libraries starting on Monday. This is in partnership with our Board of Health partners. We have test kits available at 15 library locations throughout the city. And if the moderator would, or the clerk's office would turn to page 19, you will see these libraries here. The individual constituents can access a test kit packet from the library. There are 2 test kits per person. You must be present or you must pick up the test kits in person. These are while supplies last, and the test kits are available during regular operating hours. We also have 6 health centers, and constituents may also pick up test kits at these health centers. Again, the test kits are free, and they are for use with anyone 2 years of age and older. For information about the test kit program, constituents can visit fultoncountyga.gov/home test kits. And at that site, we are keeping an update or a running total of when a site runs out of test kits. So this is a one-time opportunity. It won't be an ongoing program. And so we want constituents to know if a library that is convenient for them no longer has test kits on hand. The next distribution will be for our CSP partners in our health equity targeted zip codes. We've also added churches that are in our health equity COVID zip codes simply because we've heard from many churches that they are resuming in-person services and that this will be a great way to provide this resource. And finally, we will be providing the remaining test kits to our own staff. That concludes my update, Matt.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. I appreciate it. And thank you for once again highlighting the great success that between the Fulton County as well as the Fulton County Board of Health, between yourself and Dr. Scott and you, and we've had a great program to be able to share with the constituents that we serve. So thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to turn it back over to you for any questions or concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to our, for you all of you for joining us virtually. You all have very nice blue backgrounds that blend well with your attire as well. So you're coming at us in HD, so you're all looking good. Matt, we hope you feel better soon. Just one thing I do, we had some comments from the public, and I know we probably all have received some emails and stuff as well, but just wanted to clarify or have you all clarify for public consumption that when it comes to our schools, we do supply them with data, and I think we work closely with them, but the policies that they implement and choose to implement are theirs. They're not driven or dictated by Fulton County Public Health or Fulton County government. If you could just speak to that, whoever wants to address that, maybe Dr. Paxton, that would be.
Oh, thank you. You absolutely said what I keep trying to tell people is that we at the Board of Health serve as advisors. We provide information, but we do not make the policy. So thank you. You very succinctly stated it, that the individual policies of the school systems are at the determination of the school systems themselves.
Okay. As is really for Fulton County government too, right? I mean, you're advising us and we're making those, kind of choices. The one thing, and we skipped over this slide, and I think it bears a little bit of attention to, because I think when it comes to vaccines, there's definitely in cases, right? I mean, we've not had a consistent methodology for testing over the life of the pandemic, right? It's been very different, right, in terms of how much you had and all that sort of stuff. So to kind of know what the true incident rate was throughout that period of time, it's been evolving, right? So it's not sort of a static, sort of fixed base of testing we can go back and look at. Similarly, when the vaccines were launched, I think one of the things that sort of got glossed over or maybe not emphasized enough was that vaccines were not necessarily going to prevent you from getting COVID, but they did feel like they had high likelihood of preventing you from being hospitalized or dying from COVID, right? I mean, in those.
Very true.
And I think, so certainly we have had a lot of people who have contracted the Omicron variant with all of this plethora of testing that's out there, were folks that have been vaccinated. But I think one of the things that we've not really highlighted as much, something that we do have very concrete data on, that's been, we're starting to have some degree of consistency, because folks have been vaccinated for some period of time, relates to hospitalization data. And Matt, I do think, or whoever wants to talk through it, the slide 7 in the deck, if you could just go to that, and if you all can make some remarks around it. I do think that's important for public consumption when they're thinking about, kind of the impact of vaccination.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind stepping in here and
Sure,
going over these values?
No, actually, I do not. And in fact, there's an additional slide that I would have put in here that illustrates something that we call the base rate fallacy that a lot of people fall for. What this is showing us, this top slide, is that showing just basically the breakthrough cases that we have seen. And we do see it. It shows very well that if you are vaccinated, there are still some people who have breakthrough infections. That's represented even by those, the blue and the orange. And that, of course, if you're unvaccinated, that you are, also at much risk. But then you go down and you look at who's actually ending up in the hospital. And it is by a large percentage, it is the people who are unvaccinated, because they're getting infected and they're having much, much worse outcomes. And when you look at deaths by vaccination status, which is number, that figure 33, that really very starkly shows you that only 1% of the people that are dying who have been fully boosted or have been fully boosted, that the rest of that 96% of our confirmed COVID deaths here in Fulton County are among the unvaccinated. So, I mean, it's clear, it is supported by the data about how important vaccinations are.
Thank you for that. And, I guess my only comment on that top chart too is the relevancy of it, you don't really know because, you can't really make the assumption that unvaccinated people or fully vaccinated or fully boosted people are getting tested at the same rate per capita, so that the percentages may have some degree of relevancy or they may have no degree of relevancy. So, but I think that the bottom two things were the things that I'm glad that I wanted to highlight just for public consumption. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
The other thing, and I don't know if this is really kind of the point in time where we want to talk about it, but the issue of sort of guidelines and guardrails and that sort of stuff versus use of the term mandates and so forth. I do. It's my opinion that we ought to move when it relates to vaccination of our employees and the vaccine testing kind of elements, as well as mask requirements in our buildings, that we should move away from a policy of the two that we have right now and move more towards a guideline standpoint. My remarks for that really don't relate to any sort of debate around the effectiveness or not effectiveness of mask or of vaccines. But specifically on the masking piece, I don't feel like we have the ability to enforce this anyway. So having, and I see it in our buildings, that it's some places very loosely enforced, some places it's inconsistent. And asking our employees to be in a situation where they're required to potentially enforce something with a citizen member who's coming in for services, or try to determine whether or not they have some sort of, reason they can't be masked, et cetera. I just think it's sort of reached the point of probably counterproductive, and we would be better served by just posting within our buildings. We are in a period of time where, according to CDC guidelines, that masking is, the preferred way to go, and that's our request in our buildings, but we move away from a statement of requirement. And similarly, I think on the vaccine test piece, I think given the rate of vaccination of our employees is up at 87%, that we've gotten to the point of a sort of lost utility of continuing this sort of vax or test structure that we've had in place. I think it is probably at this stage has become more of an administrative burden than it is some sort of benefit. And in addition to that, I still don't understand where we are. We're passing out test kits, which spend a lot of money of them, but I don't think that those test kits that we're sending out were allowed to be submitted for testing requirements in accordance with our policy. Is that right? We're still.
That's true. We don't.
Yeah,
no one's. They're not.
So there's an incongruence with that we're dropping. A lot of money on tests, and we even have federal government sending out these tests to people, but they would have no utility when it comes to this particular program that we have in place. So, I think that, they're utilizing the terms more guidelines and putting that data out there, I think is perfectly fine. But I think we've sort of passed the point of utility for both these from using the terms requirements, or mandates when it comes to these two particular issues. And I would like to see us move away from that, from policy action starting today.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Ellis, can I make just one point about the utility of the rapid test? You are completely correct. They are not entered into our databases, and so that is absolutely true. But their utility, though, is that they do allow people who have these and they can test them, they test positive, to be able to act on that very quickly. And so that's the whole reason behind getting these out and in the hands of everyone, so they can find out their status and can take the appropriate steps. It's not so much about what it's going to, how it's going to get into our database. It's so that people can make informed decisions.
Yeah, and I understand the utility of the test. I was really more speaking to kind of the way that we've chosen not to build that into our Baxter test program when it came to county employees. I was really more speaking just specifically to that and sort of the incongruence of that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
I wanted to ask a question, having Dr. Rochelle dealing with the actual centers that are going to be giving out the test. Am I in the right mindset? It sounds like you all may be managing it where if one is lower in giving out the quantity and one is higher, that you may manage that as in shifting inventory from one to the other, or am I just overthinking the process?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. No, we did not discuss shifting any inventory. We simply wanted to make sure that consumers know when the inventory is exhausted.
Okay, do you think you may look at that maybe?
We certainly can.
Down the road?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, I would like to know, will there be an option for the test kits to maybe be mailed in the future, or is it strictly pickup or with the CSPs?
We designed the program for pickup.
Pickup only?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and also, I noticed that you said churches, but I would like to know if synagogues and masjids, would they be in that group that you may try to target, especially areas that you may see a spike in?
Yes, ma'am. I should have correctly said our faith partners.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to make sure for our listening audience. And by the way, I think you all are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Morris.
Thank you, Vice Chair Emeritus. Couple of questions. I guess the first one, following up a little bit on Commissioner Abdul Rahman's comments. On slide 19, I know we really have an emphasis on the southern part of the county. I note that 6 of the 7 libraries are way south of the county. We have one up in Alpharetta. I'm wondering, did you think about maybe one halfway between John Wesley Dobbs and Alpharetta, say in Sandy Springs Library or somewhere? I'm struck. We all sort of make generalizations sometimes about where wealth is and where poverty is. I was struck some years ago, in a discussion with the Fulton County School Board, how many homeless children are in the Fulton County schools north of Atlanta. So there are folks who are in need up that way. So I just make that comment. I know the CSP partners may be distributing them around in other parts of the county. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. And on page 20, we did include Sandy Springs, Roswell, Milton, and Johns Creek.
Okay, I didn't flip over.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, great.
For that very reason.
Okay.
We wanted to make sure that there was at least one access point for all 15 cities.
Well, as Gildner Radner used to say on Saturday Night Live, never mind. Second question, and I guess this is for Doug or Matt, on slide 13. The numbers, it says on the second bullet point in the middle, totals represent % of total population. the 668,000, the 610,000. But then I'm confused by the bottom bullet point about tracking boosters. It talks about 40% of the eligible population, and that's got a parentheses of the 281,000, which is the number over in the right. Is that 281,000?
I can speak to this. That the 281,000 is 281,000 of the 610,000. So 46% of the fully vaccinated people are up to date on their vaccine with a booster. It is confusing, but this is a state database.
Okay. Well, that answers my question. And then I think it also answers my last question, which is the term fully vaccinated here. You're really referring to the 2 shots under Pfizer, not fully vaccinated being the 2 shots plus a booster.
Correct. The CDC defines that as up to date on your vaccine. Like most other vaccines, they've kind of gone with that wording. So fully vaccinated is the original 2 doses. Up to date would be the 46% of those individuals that have been boosted.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Dr. Rochelle, do you want to comment any further about EROUT as an update?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. The only comment I'd like to make is that we are, of course, continuing to provide services for the community, those constituents living in Fulton County outside of the city of Atlanta. Since we've received the additional $250 million, we have approved and sent for payment 780 cases totaling $5.7 million. I did also want to update the board on the question regarding including the city of Atlanta with the reallocated funds from the state of Georgia. In conversation with Commissioner Nunn, he advises us not to take that direction at this time until we can stand up a duplication of benefit tool. He believes that there would be a high propensity for duplicated benefits without that tool in place. And we together are working on that tool. Once that's in place, he would like to revisit this as an option. That's all I have today, Mr. Manager.
Okay, continue.
Yes, sir. I want to ask Alton Adams, our Chief Operating Officer for Public Safety Technology, and most importantly, as it relates to this, our Senior Liaison to the Justice Area to discuss Project Orca.
Thank you, County Manager. Good morning, Commissioners. If we can we flip to page 39, please? Last week, the Supreme Court presiding justice for the state, Michael P. Boggs, spent some time up at the Capitol talking about the backlog. And among other things, he pointed out how significant the statewide backlog is, the efforts at the state level to disperse funds to address the backlog, and how difficult it is. In his words, it's nearly impossible to measure case backlogs until courts return to pre-pandemic capacity. And the reason I say that is because Fulton County, as the largest county in the state, has a disproportionate share of those cases, but it is very much a statewide and a nationwide challenge as courts start to reopen. My objective today is give you a quick update on where we stand with our goal to reduce the case backlog, Project Orca, and to answer any questions that you might have in terms of where we are. Next page, please. As a quick reminder, this project was established to deal with cases that were accumulated either before COVID or during COVID. And the reason I say before COVID is that there are a number of cases that would have been heard or adjudicated during the 2-year period. And as a result, they are considered part of the case backlog that we are attempting to address. Next page, please. There are a number of key measures that we are focused on, key performance indicators. One of the biggest ones is hiring the 300-plus people that we had identified, individuals that we identified as part of setting up what I'd call our shadow court system, for lack of a better term. This gives you a sense of the percentage of completion to the hiring goals for each one of those particular areas. As you'll see, we've made considerable progress across every single area. We had been lagging, specifically in the area of sworn officers for the marshal and for the sheriff. The good news is that over the last week or so, we've actually made some progress in bringing individuals on board. So as we sit here today, if you take out the sworn officers, we're at 88% of our target. And if you include the sworn officers, we're at 67%, but moving in the right direction in terms of hires. Next page, please. This gives you a sense for how the cases have moved in the last 6 weeks. As you know, we started our official count on December 6th, a little over 148,000 cases. Over the last 6 weeks, we have adjudicated or moved 14,000 of those cases. So as we sit here today, our current caseload is 134,000 cases. And I think what I'd like to point out is that progress was done even though we, in fact, stopped jury trials in the month of January to address the Omicron virus. So we expect the actual pace to increase pretty significantly as we get back to full capacity and as we start to resume jury trials. Next page, please. As you know, one of the things that we have been talking about for some time is how do we, in fact, measure the progress on a court-by-court, or in this case, on a judge-by-judge basis. I want to thank the strategy group for the work that they've done in pulling all of this information together. It is not a trivial task, but this is the culmination of a lot of work in terms of looking at the data and trying to display it in a way that is easy to understand. So this particular page displays a number of cases that have been closed by Superior Court judge for the last, since we quote unquote started the count on December 6th. The next page represents the outstanding cases by judge yet to be adjudicated. And so to get a full picture, you need to kind of look at both of these, but it gives you a sense for what progress are we making, and then how much more work we have to do on a judge-by-judge basis as we move forward. We have the same measure, if you can turn to the next page, please. The same measure for state court. And here again, this gives you a sense for how many cases have been adjudicated over the last 6 weeks by judge. And then the next page gives you a sense for the remaining cases for the individuals, for the judges, I'm sorry, in state court. So let me stop there and see if there are any questions about the actual data itself and the graphs.
Commissioner Morris?
No, well, one comment and one question. One is that we're gonna see a lot better about the judges as time goes on, because, as we've said before, if a judge has a 3-week trial, I mean, you know, the numbers of disposed cases is going to be small during that time period for that judge. So we need to look at them with some understanding about individual situations. The other, I guess, this question, Alton, and that is one of the things, and I think I've asked this before, the question of non-ORCA cases, whether if judges are focusing on ORCA cases, are the new ones piling up? Could you comment a little bit on that?
Yes, Commissioner Morris. We are going to be tracking the cases that are non-ORCA cases as well, and so that's captured in a separate set of graphs or slides. The reason that we established a standalone group of Superior Court judges, retired judges, and we have added to the staff of the public defender and the solicitor and the like, is specifically to address what you are raising, which is we wanted the individuals who are focused on kind of business as usual in the court to not necessarily have to divert their time and attention to the ORCA cases. And so we are going to be tracking it. The hope and expectation is that the resources devoted to ORCA will allow us to continue to make progress, and that in fact, we will in fact have the courts continue to focus on the cases as they come in today. That having been said, and I think you mentioned this, we are not at full capacity yet in the court system. In fact, I don't know of any court system that's back to pre-COVID capacity. It is going to take us a while to ramp up. We have specific limitations around how many people we can gather in a jury pool selection room. We have limitations about how many individuals we can bring over from the jail to the courthouse. So there are a number of things that are going to be that are going to open up, and we're going to be able to expand. But at this point in time, we still, in fact, are restricted in terms of the overall capacity for the system.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Morris. Thank you, Alton.
Let me, if I can, I have one more slide.
Absolutely.
Okay, actually two more, but this gives you a sense that, and we use this, I don't want to belabor this, but behind the numbers and the overall numbers, there is a lot of work that goes on in terms of coordinating all of the different parties, the different agencies associated with moving cases in ORCA. And this is just give you an example of one particular calendar, and it shows the coordination required across all the agencies. It talks to the fact that we're using a combination of virtual capabilities, in-court capabilities to address the different needs of the system. And then finally, just to conclude, next slide, please. Just in summary, we continue to feel like we're making progress in the hiring. We're gonna have some small setbacks because we have people who have left for higher salaries 2 weeks after they've joined us, but I think we feel good about the progress. We've got a number of the courtrooms that were refurbished that are now being calendared. I think one of the things that we continue to focus on is what else can we do in addition to adding capacity. And so, for example, we are starting a pilot on May 7th to do night court for the first time in a long time with our Superior Court, and then we're going to follow that up with State Court. That's going to allow us to address the needs of citizens, quite frankly, who may in fact want to have an evening session because they may be working and so on. So it's going to give us flexibility. It's also going to give us some additional capacity, and it's really a big step for us in terms of trying to find ways to be innovative as we address the backlog. So thank you.
Thank you. That's awesome because we have so many people who work and they're not able to make it during the day. That's great work. And what do we have next?
Yes, ma'am. If we could turn to page 51.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellis.
Oh, sorry.
He's in the queue. And Commissioner Arrington will follow.
Just a couple of quick remarks. I always like that show, Night Court, by the way. It was pretty good. Hopefully I won't have my Gilda Radner moment here, but maybe you said this and I missed it, but on the stuff with the judge's notation, was this just, is it meant to be illustrative, or why do we not have all the judges listed on here? Maybe you said that and I missed that.
All the judges, I'm sorry, the only judges in the Superior Court that I believe are missing would be the family court judges.
Okay, so the family court judges.
Yeah, they're not there, and while their numbers are in here, we're not really allocating much in the way of worker funds for family court. They've been working, and they have a set of specific things they've had to address and keep track of through over the last couple of years. We're going to add them in the future, but for all practical purposes, they're not material to what we're doing.
Okay, and then serious question, follow up on the night court stuff. Is that going to be specific to both courts, or is that a state court thing? What is going to be going on with? I mean, are we going to be doing jury trials at night, or?
No, it's not going to be jury trials.
Okay.
These will be bench trials. The sponsor of it on the Superior Court side, which is where the trial is beginning on May 7th, is Judge McBurney.
Okay.
And so we're going to start with Superior Court. However, we've already had discussions with Solicitor Gamage and his desire to want to do that for state court as well. So he wants to do night court. He wants to do Saturday morning court. So we're going to be doing that at some point for state court.
Yeah, I mean, it just seemed like it might have more applicability. I don't know. You might have some thoughts on this on the state court side than it would even the Superior Court. So, anyway, all right, thanks. Keep it. When is that slated to start? You said
March 7th.
March 7th. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you. I guess my question is Alton, is in reference to, I guess just following up on what I asked about at the last meeting as far as getting the courts to work with foreclosures, home foreclosures, and this $354 million Georgia mortgage assistance that is available. And I wanted to know if there was any update on that.
Commissioner, my apologies. I don't have an update on that, but I will follow up, and I'll get you an update by the end of the week.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I had one other thing, and it's not really specific to Project Orca, but I think it does relate to the time that we're in, and we do have some continued sort of higher profile incidents that sort of reported around this, but at some point in time, and maybe this is something that, you know, the team has looked at from a technology standpoint, is could somebody answer the question for us or get us some data around, is Fulton County up to date at entering in, what's the system?
The dispositions
GICI,
into-
is it GCIC? And, you know, I know there've been, you know, a lot of stuff reported around stuff that judges are making decisions, and if they had other data in there, and just where are we at in terms of doing our part to, you know, kind of fulfill our requirements while we're getting data into GCIC?
It's a good question, very timely. I had a meeting with the Chamber, which is actually sponsoring this in terms of they have committed funds to help us get after this, the disposition, what I'd call backlog. It's in the hundreds of thousands, and we're not the only county, but we are the biggest in the state. And so a combination of Accenture and who's doing some work pro bono as part of this effort, as well as the Chamber, we have a plan in place and hope to launch the first phase of that sometime next month. So it is a priority. It's unclear, you know, how many of those are old cases that will have already expired and how many of them are quote unquote current. So the starting point is going to be doing some triage around that, but it's definitely something that we're working on.
Could you all provide us with at some point, whether it's part of Project Orca or not, start to begin to provide us some data on what, you know, what that sort of universe looks like, and then once we start some action, what kind of progress we're making?
Absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
All right, other comments or questions? All right, anything else, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. We wanted to provide you a brief overview of, as we talked about, the economic recovery initiatives in Select Fulton, and we asked Samir Abdul to highlight those for you. I think you'll find these to be very exciting and, again, right on point. So, Samir.
Thank you, Mr. County Manager. If we go to the slides. Thank you. Samir Abdullahi, Deputy Director for Select Fulton. We are the Economic and Workforce Development Agency here for Fulton County. And I am pleased to present our updated economic recovery programs. As you know, previously we deployed a small business loan and digital literacy program, leveraging federal funds previously issued. These are our updated programs to really deal with somewhat of a post-COVID economy. So the two programs that we are deploying, both in the small business and workforce development space, as it relates to small business, we are investing $4.9 million to support 350 small businesses really recover, adapt, and grow in the post-COVID economy. And the way we're deploying those funds is in two different types of programs. One, a revolving loan program that I'll go into more detail about, and then an exciting new program through a grant that we received through the SBA Community Navigator pilot program. Second, I'll talk about our workforce recovery programs. We're investing $2.1 million to support over 800 residents. Again, really preparing for a post-COVID economy. We were very successful with Goodwill in our Career Reboot original digital literacy program, and are excited to bring that back into what we're calling Career Reboot 2.0. Next slide, please. So going into detail on our revolving loan program, This is really an enhancement on our previous loan program. Those two enhancements is one, this is a revolving loan program. So we wanted to build some sustainability into this program so we can have it continue down the track. So as loan repayments come back into the fund, those funds are then reissued and re-loaned out. And again, we're building sustainability in the program. A second element to that is the technical assistance piece. As I talk about our SBA program, you'll see that the feds have really shifted in the similar direction that we have. While funding is still very important for small businesses, providing counseling and technical assistance will really help them get to that next level. In terms of eligibility of our revolving loan program, this will be, just like our last program, focused on Fulton County businesses outside of the city of Atlanta. An element that we are adding to this is a prioritization around minority businesses and what we're calling high COVID impacted industries. So those industries that really saw the greatest drop in terms of revenues, employees, and the like. You can see those highlighted there. We are going with our previous provider that we used before, Access to Capital for Entrepreneurs. They're a great community development financial institution. They're female-owned. And again, what's great about working with them is they focus on the same disparate groups we do, female and minority-owned businesses. The loan program will range from $50,000 to $100,000. We feel like those are material funds to really help a business. They will be focused around declines in revenues due to the pandemic, and as I mentioned before, having a technical assistance piece as a part of the program. Next slide, please. Just focusing in on the technical assistance, again, this is kind of a new element to our program, so any loan recipient would have to go through courses. The technical assistance is like marketing strategies, again, post-COVID planning, things like credit building, management techniques, to really build in that extra business capacity for the company to succeed. So not just fund them, but make them sustainable. We will have a targeted outreach, or we do have a targeted outreach strategy to some of those disparate groups that we mentioned before, minority business association groups that we are reaching out to, industry trade groups, and then partnering with local chambers of commerce and obviously our cities to get the word out. We will start promoting the application period in about a week and change here, February 28th, with an expectation to open up applications March 11th. Next slide, please. To complement our revolving loan program, I'm very excited to announce our $1 million SBA Community Navigator pilot program. We are one of 51 communities nationally to receive this grant, and if I understand the finance system right, this is our first SBA grant that we've ever received here at Fulton County. It was a great partnership between the South Fulton Chamber of Commerce. Most of this will be focused towards South Fulton, and very similar with our revolving loan program, where this is focused around providing technical assistance. These will be one-on-one courses. We're supporting over 300 small businesses. Again, different types of classes like accounting, business services, and grant writing. While the one-on-one counseling is the focus and the thrust of the grant, what we're also able to leverage the grant funds for is developing a website or a resource hub that we're calling navigatefultoncounty.com. So this won't be exclusive to South Fulton. It'll be open to all businesses. It'll have recordings of the webinar sessions, of the technical training that we're providing. It'll also have free tools and resources like our Spies Up small business intelligence tool. And then lastly, I think the huge benefit of this is helping to create ecosystem. Again, getting people out of their businesses to meet and greet with one another. It could be a huge shot in the arm for South Fulton Chamber and for the South Fulton businesses there. So we will have rolling classes. Expect our first cohort at the end of this month, and those will run quarterly until the grant expires here, December 2023. Next slide, please. And then lastly, to talk about our workforce development economic recovery program. Again, Career Reboot 2.0, if you remember, 1.0 was a successful digital literacy program. We graduated over 1,700 residents. Goodwill highlighted it in their annual report last year as their mission spotlight. It was a program they were very pleased to both partner with and promote as a great, unique partnership. What we're really taking this program to the next level with is with rapid industry credentialing. So before, we did digital literacy skills so that we could take you from kind of that low-wage position to a middle-skilled position. What we're trying to empower people now is not just with those digital literacy skills, but actually get into employment pretty quickly here and with these focused industries around IT, healthcare, and logistics. So you'll see both in our revolving loan program, how we're enhancing that through technical assistance, our additional funds through the SBA grant, And now what we're doing with Career Reboot 2.0 of really just elevating what our economic recovery programs are offered from Fulton County. I'm happy to answer any questions from the board.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Very excited to see this. Just have a few questions. The loan that we're doing, is this money to train the businesses or to keep them up and running? And is that loan forgivable?
So the loans are not currently forgivable. As a requirement to receive the loan, you will require to go through the technical training classes. And so again, the thinking there is not just give them the money and let them be on their own, but make sure that they're provided with business support so that the business can be successful.
The reason I ask this is because I was fortunate enough to go to NACO, and in meeting with Senator Ossoff, one of the things that him and I talked about extensively in communities of color is the technical assistance. And so I'm glad to see that we're doing technical assistance because that's where we are largely missing the ball. I'm concerned that we don't have grants because that's also another area that I believe that was identified, but bigger than that, and I would like for you to just expound on this. So many women were removed from the workforce. So what are we doing, or is there, we may be doing it and I don't know, but what can we do or what are we doing to try to get the women back into the workforce? Because so many were displaced, astronomical number. I can't think of it from yesterday with the meeting that I had with him, but I know he wanted to do some workshops to try to see how can we get women back into the workforce because seems to me, they took the hardest hit. And so if you can just kind of expand on that, if you're able to, I'd appreciate it.
And actually, I'd love to go back and pull some of the data of, especially on the workforce development side with Goodwill, of the number of male versus females that we trained. And we focused on minority populations and not really segmenting it that way. But if you look at the industries where we saw the largest fallout in terms of employment around retail, trade, and hospitality, I think almost indirectly we're supporting females in the sense that those industries skew towards more females. So that's why I'd like to go back and look at the Goodwill data. We may already actually be achieving that without that being a direct goal, if that makes sense. So I'd love to go back and pull some data from Goodwill just to see if we're already hitting that target demographic. And again, I think maybe inform some of those programs if we're seeing a large population, if we need to curtail our programs for that.
Yeah, I would think, especially the hospitality industry, but I noticed in areas that suffered a lot was childcare as well. And so some of the conversation yesterday was kind of around how do we either get them back into that industry or get them interested in going into another industry. And so I would, and I know you have that information for me, but I'll be real excited to know at the county level what we may be doing to try to get those efforts to get those numbers back up in that industry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Samir. This is an awesome presentation. And I'm especially glad to see that there's a prioritization for minority or female ownership, especially in the high COVID impacted industries of performing arts, food service, film, music recording, education, and accommodation. I'm very pleased to see that already on your presentation as prioritized areas. Also, these SBA grants, this is awesome that you're focusing on the Navigator pilot program with $1 million in SBA grants to support 300 plus small businesses. That is awesome. And how would you communicate some of this out to the community that actually needs to access it?
Yeah, and that's why kind of the South Fulton Chamber is such a strategic partnership. Having them co-brand, I do think, adds some legitimacy to the program, that it's not a formally government program, but that it's got business interest aligned with it. They're really serving as our main referral organization because they've got a built-in network of entrepreneurs and small businesses in the South Fulton arena that they can reach out to, as well as partner organizations. So they'll be our main conduit in terms of promotion to small businesses. And again, we will have that resource hub as kind of the homepage for everybody trying to participate, either the one-on-one sessions or those just trying to gather free resources or tools that we'll have available.
All right, thank you so much.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Manager?
No, sir, that concludes our report.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Commissioner Ellis? Okay.
I did want to bring forth as a motion that we end our vax or test policy effective today, and that we end our mask requirements in our buildings and shift to mask guidelines effective today. That's my motion on the floor.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't necessarily know how I feel about that motion, but I think we would have to amend the agenda in order to address it here today at this point. And that would require a supermajority.
I'm not sure I agree with that, Commissioner. I think
Well, the agenda item that we were on just now was select Fulton. This motion is in reference to COVID-19, so I don't understand how we get there. How else do we get there without amending the agenda?
Go ahead. Let me hear it, then I'll.
Commissioner Arrington, I mean, this is in response to the COVID operational response update. I mean, this is part of a whole package. I mean, they've.
That agenda item was over.
No, this is one agenda item, 220119, presentation of COVID-19 operational response update. That's the item we're still on at the present point in time. So I think the motion is in order. And then also, I would just remind everyone that when we have agreed or implemented these types of things in the past, they have been done within the context of these operational response updates throughout the period of time of COVID. This has been the mechanism by which we have brought these things forward and, either approved or disapproved or asked the manager to change course, because that is kind of what they've done. They've asked for direction during the course of these, and we've provided direction. So I do think, the motion is in order.
All right, I'm going to, excuse me, I'm going to rule that the motion is in order. It's been moved and properly seconded, but I do have a question. So the motion is before us. To repeat the motion. To suspend.
Yeah, the motion is that we would end our vax or test policy effective today, and that we'd end our mask requirements, but instead move to a position of mask guidelines as respects our facilities. And that would be effective today, too.
I do have a question on the motion. The motion is properly before us, but what did Dr. Paxton recommend?
So if we could go back to page 31, can we do that? Which will summarize Dr. Paxton's input and the team's recommendation.
So the recommendation from Dr. Paxton and the team would be to continue to monitor masking, testing, and vaccination trends.
Yes, sir. While she's pulling that up, if you can just refer to page 31, it was continue to monitor these trends over the next 2 weeks, develop a policy consistent with the trends with masking being recommended versus required. So that would be very consistent with this motion. Examine options that encourage vaccination for employees over routine testing. Again, consistent, I think, with the spirit of this recommendation. So within the next 2 weeks, bring that plan back for the next board meeting for action.
So the difference is, it sounds to me as if the recommendation is you want 2 weeks to come up with a plan, and the motion before us is to do it immediately. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir. I mean, I don't have a problem with further recommendations coming back before us at different points in time, but in that interim, I think it's appropriate that, you know, the motion I've got before us, you know, be put in place.
Okay. So Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Ellis, I would support this. I just think we may be a tad bit premature. I would ask that maybe if you would give it at least 2 weeks. I would be, because I'm almost there, not quite, because we are in such high transmission right now, and I don't want us to be premature, but I do understand and do have some feelings, mixed feelings as to we need to start looking and go into that direction. So unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to support it today, but I will look to maybe revisit that in 2 weeks once we get a new report in.
All right, anything else? All right, motion before us is to, well, the Ellis motion would be to, repeat it again, Commissioner Ellis.
It would be to end the vaccine test policy as it's in place today, effective today.
Effective today.
And that we move from a position of mask requirements in our buildings, and we move to position of implementing mask guidelines. It would be consistent with, you know, kind of what CDC guidelines is, and that would be effective today as well.
Okay, Commissioner Arrington, you want to be heard again?
Yeah, I would, I guess Commissioner Ellis wants to go forward today, but I too would like to at least wait the 2 weeks in order to develop the plan. I would hate to cut something off and have a gap and not be ready to implement the second plan.
Okay.
And so I think that taking this action today would do that. Further, I would rather have Dr. Paxton and those guys on, and I guess that's what I was referencing earlier, Bob, is, you know, they weren't there. I'd love to hear their opinion and what they have to say on that, but seeing those recommendations from page 31, you know, I guess I would do a substitute motion to adopt the recommendations from page 31.
Well, that one would be, again, we've gone through this before, that motion would be actually the opposite of the motion that's on the floor. So I want to rule that one out of order, your substitute motion. But let's deal with this one. I think we'll get to where you want to go. So let's dispose of this motion. The motion before us is to approve. Please cast your vote.
The vote is open. And the motion failed, 3 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, it fails. And so the recommendation then would be on page 31 that you'll have something for us in 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Yes,
sir. Okay. All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 5, 22-0120. Request approval of resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases and for other purposes.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
This is until April 13th. Why April 13th?
I think that ties into just the next time that the board is meeting, that we would typically bring this item to the to the board for approval.
In fact, 2 months.
Well, actually, we should bring it to the board for approval at the second meeting in March, which would carry that one through a time period that would be covered by the second meeting in April.
The current one goes through March 1st.
and usually it's about 30 days, but because the
board
the
meeting,
board
first
meeting
meeting in
moved to
April, yeah.
April 13th.
I don't have a problem with April 13th. I was just wondering.
Yeah, I think it's time to when the board meetings happen, and the meeting in April is not the first week of April, it's the second. The first meeting of the board is the second week of April.
Right.
Because
So
of the
probably in the first meeting in April, we'd extend it again if necessary.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. Any other questions? All right, the motion on the floor is made by Bob Ellis, seconded by me, and please open the vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0121, Human Resource Management, request approval to modify the classification section of the Classification and Compensation Plan.
Move approval by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please open the vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0122, Real Estate and Asset Management, requests approval of spending authorities to provide gasoline and diesel fuel for Fulton County.
Motion made by Commissioner Abdul Rahman and seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please open the vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 5, 22-0124. Request approval of recommended proposal to provide bus and shuttle services for Fulton County employees and jurors.
Motion to approve made by Commissioner Ellis and seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Commissioner Morris?
Yes, I noticed that the spending in 2021 was about the same as the prior 2 years, and we didn't have that many jurors. Was this basically shuttling employees in the last couple of years? I just thought the spending was, I would have expected it to drop significantly.
I don't see Joe Davis.
Mr. Davis is on his way into Assembly Hall, but Commissioner Morris, it's for both employees and for jurors. This amount, though, based on the documentation, is for a partial year. It's for April through the end of the year.
Okay. That may be part of the answer. Okay, that's fine.
We can get the ridership statistics to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Morris. The motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please open the vote.
And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, 22-0125, request approval of recommended proposal to provide complete design and construction services for the retrofit of the counterflow ceramic cooling tower.
Move approval by Commissioner Ellis and seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please open the vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Infrastructure and Economic Development, 22-0126, Select Fulton. Request approval to award a contract without competition to provide small business technical assistance and counseling services.
Move approval by Commissioner Morris, seconded by me, and I do have a question since no one else is in the queue. I have a couple of questions. Who's going to speak on this? Is Samir still here? Okay, well, who's going to speak? I'm sorry. So is.
I may be
Ms.
able to address some of it, depending on your question,
Okay.
Commissioner.
Just a couple of questions. First, there's a word on page 2 of 4 of this item. It is in the first paragraph under summary and background. It says amount, well, let me start here. This is so long. The South Fulton Chamber agrees from the award amount that no more than $63,750 of the award amount may go towards personal services. And I just wanted to know, what is personal services? What are they? Or is that possibly a typo?
That question I don't know, Commissioner. I can find out for you. I think that the overall restriction, though, is consistent with grants, which is they restrict the expenditures other than what's actually going to the beneficiaries to a certain level. But I'll have to find out for you what the definition of personal services is in this context.
Thank you. Oh, Samir is right here. He's coming down.
Oh,
so
great.
hopefully we can get an answer on that. Right there.
Yeah, because this doesn't look like the grant money. This looks like the money to train, not the grants to the actual companies.
Yeah. Yes, please come up. Thank you for rushing back like that.
Apologize for that.
Thank you. I had a question on page 2 of 4 in this item. It is the first paragraph under summary and background. It says, the South Fulton Chamber agrees from the award amount that no more than $63,750 of the award amount may go towards personal services. And I just wanted to know, what exactly are personal services?
Personnel.
So it's a typo.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's correct that and make it personnel services. All right, and then my other question is, what do these technical assistant services look like?
Sure. So it is the funding of the individuals that are actually providing the training. So if it's an accounting class, the accountant that's providing that training, that's where a majority of the funds will go towards. There's some for marketing and setup, but a majority of the funds will go to funding the trainers to provide the classes.
All right, and do we have anything like this in other parts of the county?
Not currently. Again, I think we're standing up a similar complementary program with our revolving loan program and the technical assistance provided there.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for your questions.
Commissioner Arrington?
Okay, so I'm a little confused from there. Thank you. I thought this was money going to the 300 firms, not to the trainers. How much money, is there grant money going to these 300 firms? And if so, how much?
So this is not a loan program. It's not designed for funds to go directly to the individual. It's to fund the technical assistance programming that they would be beneficiaries of. That's how the SBA designed the program.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, other comments or questions? All right, the motion is to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
22-0127, Public Works, requests approval of a resolution by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners authorizing the imposition of a 0.40% transportation special purchase local option sales and use tax on behalf of the City of Atlanta for transportation purposes.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Any questions or comments? All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Justice and Safety, 22-0128, Police. Request approval of alcoholic beverage license application submitted by Shoe Crazy Wine LLC.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris. Is there a second? All right, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 7, Commissioners' Action Items, 22-0096, discussion and request approval of resolution approving updates to the Fulton County Sustainability Plan and goals for the purpose of accelerating the path towards increased sustainability by 2030 in Fulton County and for other purposes. Sponsored by Chairman Pitts, Commissioners Morris and Hall.
All right, Commissioner Morris, where is Ms. Morrow representing the group? Because one of the questions that came up at the last meeting was whether or not our in-house group had reviewed this, and the answer is yes, but I'll let you hear from them. Commissioner Morris? Come on down, please.
A couple of things. First of all, at the last meeting, we agreed to delete one word, municipal, from Schedule A. I don't see that deleted in the package before us, but I trust that that amendment was made last time. And if it hasn't been,
It should be.
Yeah,
That was, you're correct.
we agreed to that. Secondly, I'm going to give this letter to the county manager or to Mr. Davis from an organization called Roots Down that I met with, which trains and educates landscape and facility operators in governments and institutions. They've done a lot of work in DeKalb County libraries and the Clarkson Public Library with what they call productive urban landscapes. And I'd love for you all to maybe meet with these folks and see if that's something that might be something we might want to do around some of our public buildings. I was just blown away by it, and it fits in with this sustainability plan in a great way. So I'll give that to you in just a moment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Morrow?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Belinda Morrow, president of 2M Design Consultants, and it's a pleasure to stand before this honorable board. I am also appointed to the Fulton County Citizens Commission on the Environment by Chairman Rob Pitts, and also have a fellow member with me.
My name is Richard Johnson, appointee of Chairman Pitts, and I'm here to acknowledge the fact that the Commission on the Environment has unanimously endorsed this as it's being presented to the Commissioner at the moment.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, motion, Commissioner Hall, sorry.
And I'm happy to report that John Seidel, the Director of Sustainability for the Mayor's Office of Resilience, is very pleased to see this come before us today, as well as Laura Turner Seidel and the Turner Seidel family who have Captain Planet. They are very much advocates of sustainability and green, so it's good.
All right, motion before us is to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
22-0097, request approval of resolution by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners to provide initial fiscal resources to fund the Fulton Technology and Energy Enhancement Authority and for other purposes, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Yes, Chairman, I want to hold that. We've got some additional information they're working on to present to the board, and there was some questions. And so everybody has not reached out to them. So I would request that be held.
No objections. Next item.
22-0129, request approval of a resolution to approve salary supplements for the state paid staff in the office of the district attorney and state-paid staff employed by the Chief Superior Court Judge, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This started with many conversations and emails between the district attorney's office, chief judge office, the county attorney, and others. And the county attorney's office has worked tirelessly, also with our chief human resources officer, to ensure that we cover everything. This is something that these two offices do on a regular basis, and this will just make it easier for them to just get this done in a seamless manner.
Okay, I'm gonna need a little more information. Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, I might need a little more information as well, but I don't think this deals with the question of the Superior Court judge's salary, that, and I'm not sure where we are with that. Maybe the county attorney can help me with that one offline or in a memo or whatever. One or more of the judges have asked me about it, and about a potential increase that we were going to do and authorized. But anyway, if you could let me know, Madam County Attorney, where we are with that and what the issues are with it, that would be terrific.
A memo will be forthcoming very shortly.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so there's a motion before us to approve Commissioner Hall?
Yes. So, Madam County Attorney, can you please explain to everyone how you came about creating this resolution in this manner, and why these are the only two elected officials who have the authority to even do this process? And if we need some input from the Chief Human Resources Officer, Kenneth Herman, I would like you to speak as well, because this is something that you've been dealing with for quite some time.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. This resolution simply allows the DA's office to do the same thing that was previously approved for the ADAs by this board, which is to allow the district attorney the discretion to provide the statutory county supplement for investigators and other staff other than the ADAs who are previously approved, without having to come back to the board for each individual, so long as the money is in their budget. So it provides them the discretion to do something that is already provided by statute, which is provide the county supplement for non-ADA staff in their offices. And as to the Superior Court, this does not deal with any of the elected officials. Instead, it deals with the either the law. There's one employee within the Superior Court who can receive a county supplement in addition to their state-provided salary. And in this instance, that would allow the Superior Court Chief Judge to determine the salary supplement from the county at their discretion without having to come back individually for that as well. But it's already provided for in state statute.
And so can you let everyone know what that state statute says about what is the maximum amount that they can go up to in the supplement?
So in the case of the DA's office, that would be $50,000 is the statutory cap. With the Superior Court, there is no designated maximum cap.
Thank you. And this also clears up a situation that was happening in this process where some of the wrong employees were actually getting supplements when they weren't supposed to, and this clears up that situation. So we actually have a policy that specifically states which positions are allowed that supplement. Or else we could continue to have that same issue of the wrong ones getting a supplement who weren't supposed to.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, the motion before us is to approve. Cast your vote.
And vote is open. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, it'll come back the next meeting. Next item.
Okay, on the county manager's presentation and discussion items, 22-0130, external affairs, presentation of the 2022 legislative agenda.
Okay, hold on one second. So it's 1 o'clock. Y'all want to recess now? And then we'll take, you mind, Ms. Corbett? All right, I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch and executive session, issues of litigation, personnel, and real estate. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, are we going to do executive session first?
Yes. Madam County Attorney, you ready?
Yes. Is there a motion to authorize representation as presented in item number 1 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Nothing further.
That's it?
Nothing further from me.
All right. Madam Clerk?
On page 7, under Open and Responsible Government, 22-0130, External Affairs, presentation of the 2022 legislative agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We're just here to give you our typical legislative update for the session, and I'm just going to go through these. I want to mention that there are a couple of slides that were added to clarify some of the action that has taken in the last couple of days. The board is familiar. They're just the maps that we've discussed. Next slide, please. And again, for the public who is watching, these are the legislative priorities that were adopted by the Board of Commissioners for 2022 state legislative agenda. Next slide, please. Last week, the Supreme Court Chief Justice provided an update to the joint session about the state of judiciary. He highlighted, we just wanted to call your attention to a highlight for the COVID-19 case backlog that is happening in courts around the state. He talked about the Supreme Court's support for mental health, which we have also talked about with our justice partners here at Fulton County, and talked about accountability courts, which have also been an important program here. And he also applauded Fulton County for the investment of our ARPA dollars to support our case backlog. So we wanted to let you know that your leadership has been highlighted at the Capitol in this important initiative. Next slide, please. The House Bill 910 was the amended FY22 budget passed the House on Friday. This again talks about the need for mental health services. FY23 budget is of course also under development. One project that we wanted to call your attention to is some technology upgrades to the Georgia Crisis Access Line. Later this year, there will be a national FCC rollout of 988 instead of the National Suicide Helpline. So this is one investment that the state is making in preparation for that. We've already been in touch with our Department of Behavioral Health about how we can educate Fulton County residents about that rollout. There are also some changes in state salaries that would have an impact on some local constitutional officers. So we will work with the Finance Department and circle back with those updates. And then the investment on postage expenses for precinct cards, we have a lot of mailing to do this year. I've been personally working with the election department on some of their mailings. And so this is an important, small but meaningful investment in that and offsetting the cost of precinct cards for local governments. Next slide, please. Want to spend probably a bit of time on these 3 specific bills that have been discussed. And this is where I've added a couple of slides, as I mentioned earlier. House Bill 1119 was introduced by Representative Maynor. It had a subcommittee hearing for governmental affairs last week. It was also heard in governmental affairs. No vote was taken on that specific bill. However, the map associated with House Bill 1199 was later attached on Monday of this week to Senate Bill 437, which is at the bottom of the bill. Senate Bill 437, introduced by Senator Albers, passed unanimously out of the Senate last week with a different map attached. And then this week, again, a new map was introduced by substitute in governmental affairs, and it received a favorable approval by substitute. And then today, that bill passed out of House rules. And then House Bill 1244, which was introduced originally as, and I'll talk about this in a minute, as the caption actually for both Senate Bill 437 and House Bill 1244 talked about nonpartisan elections, and I'll talk about that in a subsequent slide. House Bill 1244 on Monday in governmental affairs received a favorable approval. It is in rules today. Rules House did not get a vote this morning, and House rules is not scheduled to meet again until next week. Next slide, please. I'm just going to go over this a little bit more detail. There's been some discussion about nonpartisan elections because there are 3 different pieces of legislation that talk about nonpartisan elections. Senate Bill 350 talks about statewide nonpartisan elections. For counties, it's a piece of general legislation. Senate Bill 437 was originally a nonpartisan election bill specifically to this board. And then that on February 8th was substituted out for what is now the redistricting bill that is moving forward. And then House Bill 1244 was also introduced with a caption related to nonpartisan elections. However, the delegation members who sponsored that piece of legislation issued a statement, and they refuted claims that this was their intent. They said this was a procedural error, and they have been very vocal about that. So I wanted to make this board, which I've already discussed this with you all, as well as the public who's watching, aware that there are, as of today, no active bills calling for nonpartisan elections in Fulton County. So just wanted to provide that clarification. Next slide, please. So again, for the public, these are the slides that I just added based on some questions we've received from the community. Senate Bill 437, again, this is the currently the map that is attached to that piece of legislation. This was introduced by substitute on Monday, and the bill with this map passed out of House rules today and is expected to have a floor vote tomorrow in the House. In this map, the difference between Senate Bill 437 and House Bill 1244 affects Commission Districts 4, 5, and 6. And I'll show you in just a second how that differs. Again, I just want the public to be aware when we're talking about these maps, what they look like. Next slide, please. So this is a comparison, just so you can see, of the current Commission District map that is in place today on the right and the map that is attached to Senate Bill 437 on the left. So District 4, which is in purple in the map on the right, will be in the green in the map on the left. District 6, which is in blue on the right, will be in, I guess, peach in the map on the left. And District 5, which is in green on the right, will be in purple in the map on the left. Again, just for the community, wanted them to be able to see these changes as they are today. And we will have this updated slide on the website as well. I also want to mention that within the last probably 30, 45 minutes, we received a shapefile for Senate Bill 437's current map, and we will create, working with the strategy office, create an interactive map so you all can see that. Next slide, please. Just wanted to let you all know, this is the map, the House Bill 1244 map that we've talked about, that is currently in House rules, could not have a vote, couldn't possibly have a vote in House rules before next week, which means it is, relatively unlikely to move forward as it is today. But again, District 4 is in green, District 5 is in purple, District 6 is in peach. So that shows you the difference between, that is the difference between the two maps that we're talking about. Next slide, please. And this shows the comparison of the map we have today and the map that is attached to House Bill 1244. Next slide. So I think I just wanted to, again, provide some clarity around those two. The next bills we'll talk about very quickly are House Bill 894 and House Bill 1149. These are both related to eviction relief. Representative Bodie, who's a member of our delegation, is taking leadership on both of these issues. And I will ask Ms. Calhoun, who's been very involved in these, to perhaps give us a quick update about them.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Fran Calhoun from External Affairs. Both of these bills are on second read in the House Judiciary Committee, and so we expect more activity within the next week or so on those as the House committees begin to meet more regularly. One of the things that we are running into, we're having conversations with the Apartment Association, primarily the Atlanta Apartment Association, about concerns that they have. And so we are working with the authors to just see exactly where we can find some common ground with those.
Thank you, Ms. Calhoun. Next slide, please. A quick update on annexation and cityhood. House Bill 836 crossed over in the 2021 session. Because of that, it will probably be brought up in the Senate a little later. It has been assigned to SLOGO, and we'll have a committee. Again, they're trying to get this year's bills crossed over first, and so we'll expect to hear that a little bit later.
And Senator Halpern is carrying that bill.
Thank you, Fran. Buckhead Cityhood, I think you've all read in the news that is effectually dead. So we will continue to monitor that. Senate Resolution 298 will address the annexation process. Although Fulton County, after House Bill 836, really will not be subject to annexation in the future. We have certainly had a lot of learnings about the annexation process and may be used as somewhat of a case study. Next slide, please. Election bills, we have talked with House Bill 886 with the Elections Board and with staff. There is some cost to the county associated with this legislation. There are, what the election staff have described is they would, in essence, have to create almost like an evidence room for paper, for the paper that is used for ballots, because each time a person touches the paper, it has to be signed in and out and tracked very carefully. So that is a very important piece of legislation. I believe, the cost is one factor, and we are tracking that very carefully. House Bill 933 would allow for inspection of ballots and some documents. As you probably know, those become the property of the Clerk of Superior Court at a certain point after an election. This has become a frequent issue for Fulton County with some of the litigation that we have faced after the 2020 election. House Bill 1085 would allow for ranked choice voting in municipal elections. Some cities have a version of this today, but this would allow that to be a little bit more widespread and easier, which could in some cases eliminate the need for a runoff election. Senate Bill 325 would completely eliminate the use of absentee ballot drop boxes. Next slide, please. House Bill 923, we know that Development Authority per diems were discussed quite a bit here at Fulton County. So there's some legislation that addresses that along with regional development authorities. And then House Bill 1181 talks about the kind of leadership within development authorities. And this would certainly apply to the Fulton County Development Authority. And I'll ask Ms. Calhoun if she has anything she'd like to add there.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Jessica. I did speak with the author of this bill, and it is being revised so that it actually will apply only to the city of South Fulton going forward. And so we expect to get that new language shortly.
Thank you. Next slide, please. House Bill 1134 is related to, has already passed the House. This is related to gang prosecution and kind of the process for prosecuting attorneys to address that. Senate Bill 277 related to authorizes solicitors to carry handguns in a courthouse. And then Senate Bill 319 is the so-called Constitutional Carry Act, which would eliminate the need for concealed carry permits in public if the person is allowed to have a gun under the law.
May I add something?
Yeah, please.
I would like to just add a statement about Senate Bill 277, the firearms carry for solicitors. Our sheriff has voiced his strong opposition and is asking that the commission, that the Board of Commissioners also oppose this legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Calhoun. I would like to, I think we skipped a slide about Health and Human Services. Please go back. Thank you.
So excuse me one second.
Yes, sir.
So on 277, you're going to be asking us to take a position in opposition today? Is that the plan?
We would certainly like to do that if that is the will of the body, sir. If that is what the request is from the sheriff's office.
Mr. Chairman, would you prefer to do that at the end or consider any actions, or would you prefer?
Well, that's the first one so far, right?
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay.
House Bill 853 is related to mental health of inmates in certain, or defendants in certain cases. It allows defendants who are eligible for public mental health services to petition the court for treatment as part of their sentence. House Bill 1013, called the Mental Health Parity Act, actually has its first hearing probably about an hour ago. And so is something that we are continuing to monitor very carefully. It deals a lot with both insurance coverage for behavioral health services, as well as the workforce providing mental health services and other matters. House Bill 1192 related to HIV services and Medicare and Medicaid waivers, and I won't go into detail on all of these. And then Senate Bill 338 related to, it would extend postpartum care for after childbirth. Fran, anything you want to add on any of those?
Not necessarily, other than to say that the waiver for Medicaid is really for a pilot, as we understand, for HIV treatment, and so that's often done when there is no expansion, either like in an emergency or if there is a pilot. So we have heard vocal support for that measure.
House Bill 907 would cause, currently our T-SPLOST elections have been on general election dates. This would cause that to be on a third Tuesday. This has already been adopted by both chambers.
Right. And it will sunset in 2024. It's my understanding this was brought on behalf of, I believe, Haralson County. And so there are some other counties that may also take advantage of it if they didn't get a chance to get on the ballot prior in the previous November session.
And then again, this is unlikely to have an impact. House Bill 934. Currently, as you may be aware, when we have a single county T-SPLOST, we have a revenue projection. And if by some miracle we were to receive that, that allocation prior to the end date of that T-SPLOST, the T-SPLOST would end. This would allow taxation to continue for that period. Because we just had a T-SPLOST that was adopted in 2021, we would not have, this would not apply to us until 2025. Next slide, please. Senate Bill 438 has already received a due pass out of the Senate committee, and I believe this one is definitely moving forward. We have been in discussion with Public Works and with purchasing. Next slide. Wanted to make you all aware, in some years we've had a lot of homestead exemption legislation. This year we had 3 bills that were all related to the city of Milton. And so we are tracking these. They have been recommitted to, after kind of a procedural issue early on. Next slide, please. Again, this one, House Bill 843 is really related to City of Atlanta. Primarily, we do not have a municipal option sales tax, but it is a matter that would provide some potential property tax relief for those governments. And then House Bill 887 is related to, is a senior homestead exemption essentially that would be for school taxes across the state. Next slide, please. I don't think I'm going to go over these specifically unless there are any questions. There is, next slide, please. Again, these are really about more regulatory matters, but more for informational purposes. And if you have any questions, we'll just kind of go through these a little more quickly in case you have any questions. Next slide. Next slide. So again, upcoming some special events at the Capitol, including ACCG's legislative breakfast. This time, Mr. Chairman, we can take any questions that the board may have.
Well, the one that you wanted action on today.
Ms. Calhoun?
Yes, sir. That is 277. Let's see. Forgive me here. Should be House Bill 277.
Page 11, our page 11, I think.
Senate Bill, yes.
277.
Senate Bill 277.
Senator Mullison, you had a question.
Yes, Senator Mullison.
Solicitors. I'm sorry, just a minute.
And I'm sorry, yes.
Commissioner Abdul,
Okay.
followed by Commissioner Morris.
Oh, my goodness, I'm sorry, I didn't press the
Y'all
button.
on 277?
No, I had a question about something earlier. Ms. Corbett,
Yes, ma'am.
are you familiar with Senate Bill 350?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In reference to Senate Bill 437 and House Bill 1244, their description states to redistricting in both of them?
No, ma'am. I'm sorry if I wasn't
The
clear.
header, I'm trying to figure out
Yes.
for our listening audience.
Yes, ma'am. So thank you for bringing that up again. So in both, the difference between Senate Bill 350 and Senate Bill 437 is that Senate Bill 350 applies to any county government.
Exactly.
Senate Bill 437, as you just indicated, the caption is specific to Fulton County redistricting. Also, House Bill 1244, the caption reads that it is related to Fulton County Board of Commissioners redistricting in both of those bills. But in both cases, they were replaced by redistricting legislation by substitute.
Exactly. And I wanted it to be crystal clear because people are listening.
Yes.
Because just like here with our clerk's office, stuff cannot just be put in arbitrarily. Somebody, if it's a mistake, it's a mistake. But no one can just walk in there. You or I can't walk into the state capitol and just put something in. It has to be put in, and there's a process. If it's an error, it has to be a substitute. So I just wanted to clear that up for our listening audience, that didn't just come out the air. Somebody put it in. It was a mistake, as I was told, and it was fixed by substitute. I wanted to make sure the listening audience heard that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioner Morris. So I'm a little confused about the redistricting map situation.
Sure.
Did I understand that basically the map proposed by Representative Maynor is the one that's proceeding now?
That's correct.
And wasn't there a February 18th or so deadline to get all of this wrapped up so folks could do what they needed to do with precincts? I mean, election departments and things?
There was, Commissioner Morris, there was a request I reviewed last night. Some of the correspondence, both from the Secretary of State and from ACCG, which has been providing updates to counties in this matter. And so there was absolutely a request that that all redistricting be entered by a February 18th deadline. It does not appear that that will be the case based on what has occurred, because the bill tomorrow, Senate Bill 437 is now scheduled to have a House vote tomorrow. But that means it cannot be passed by the Senate until next week. Is that correct, Fran? So that is not, at this time, is not going to happen. So we have been in touch with the Elections Department. They are aware of it. We now have the shapefile, so we can take a closer look at the precincts, the precinct impact for that map. We also have the other shapefile for the other map if it does happen to move forward as originally it appeared. So we have both of those. We can begin preliminary work and analysis, but we can't make the changes until the bill is signed by the governor.
Okay. And what would be that date of signing at this point as a guess? And I understand that would be a guess.
It could be as early, perhaps as Wednesday of next week,
Exactly.
I believe. That is the most likely earliest date.
That's like the 23rd.
I believe that's correct.
It is.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Arrington.
I was just going to speak on 277. I'm happy to not support it because what about the district attorney? It would seem that if they were proposing a bill like this, it would include all prosecutors and not one branch versus the other. I don't know if we need to move to not support Senate Bill 277. I think that's what you were asking, so I'll make that my motion.
Yes, to oppose it. Thank you, sir.
Yes, to oppose.
All right, the motion on the floor is to oppose Senate Bill 277. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hall. Then you had a question about.
I just wanted to ask, is this for all the Solicitor Generals?
As we understand it, and the language uses solicitor, so it doesn't just say the Solicitor General. The sheriff has expressed his concern with his ability to be able to govern and control the security of the courthouse if there are additional law enforcement officers with their own, strategy and implementation plan.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, the motion on the floor is to, to oppose Senate Bill 277. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Anything else, Ms. Corbett?
No,
Ms.
sir. Thank
Calhoun?
you.
Nothing?
Thank you very
No?
much.
No, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington, do you have something else? All right. Madam Clerk?
22
Just a minute, hold it. Sure. Ms. Corbett?
Yeah, and you don't need to come up, Ms. Corbett, that's fine. I just wanted to say, thank you for your representation of us at the Capitol during the meetings last week. I know there were some remarks that were directed towards you that I thought were out of line and inappropriate and very unfortunate, and I thought you handled yourself with class in your remarks and questions that you faced from the panel. I just wanted to thank you for your work.
Madam Clerk?
Continuing on page 7, 22-0131, discussion, Atlanta Beltline, February 9th, 2022 CEO report, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, this is the regular CEO report. In this case, it was to the executive committee. I don't sit on the executive committee, but if there's anything in that report you'd like more information about, I'll be certain to get it to you.
Continue.
22-0132, update of activities of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County Recreation Authority, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
See the minutes from the last meeting in there, and proceeding with the Gulch deal and some of the land that we own down there, and we in Fulton County had to sign off on that. So if you have any questions, certainly feel free to ask me or Commissioner Ellis or Chairman Pitts.
Okay, continue.
Bottom of page 7, 22-0134, Information Technology Roadmap Update, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Commissioner?
Thank you, gentlemen. I just want to say it was a great meeting, and you addressed many of my concerns, and I think that is going to show in your presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Commissioner, for the time yesterday and for your support. Before our CIO, Glenn Melendez, gets started, I wanted to set a bit of context for what you're going to hear from him. What you're going to hear, in summary, really is a lot of the progress on activities that have been made over the last few years. We have a very detailed roadmap in terms of what we want to do moving forward. But I think more importantly, we're at a tipping point right now in the IT function in the county, specifically because of resources or the lack thereof. We've lost a number of people. Glenn's team is down almost 50 people, as you'll hear, almost a third of his staff. And our ability to deliver on the roadmap and to provide the level of support that we need moving forward is strained. And so we have a very specific set of recommendations we want to bring forward. We need your support to do that, but I can't overstate where we are in terms of needing to make some decisions and take some actions. So with that, I'll turn that over to Glenn.
Thank you, Alton. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you. I will be quick. If you can turn to the next slide, please. Next slide. All right, just in terms of our roadmap and our strategic direction, there are 5 areas that we are focused on in IT for our strategic roadmap. The first one is engaging and enhancing citizen engagement, bringing services to our citizens digitally. The second area is application modernization, modernizing our applications. We have a fairly old application footprint and making sure that our applications have the latest features and functionality. The third one, of course, is maturing our cybersecurity posture, and that includes physical security as well for the county and our citizens, and making sure that we have video surveillance throughout the county. The fourth one is infrastructure upgrades. We do have a fairly old or legacy infrastructure footprint, and we are in the process of upgrading many parts of that infrastructure for better supportability and, frankly, just better performance of the infrastructure itself. And then finally, the last vertical of our strategic roadmap is around judicial system enhancements. Our justice partners had a number of enhancements to better serve our community, and would provide better operational efficiencies. And we'll go through some of the examples in the next slide. Next slide, please. So over the last, I guess, 2 years, we've had a number of accomplishments. I just wanted to highlight a couple of them for the board. In the citizen engagement vertical, one of the accomplishments that I want to highlight is the audiovisual and the renovation of Assembly Hall itself. The technology we put in here allows citizens to engage with us in a more remote manner. I was sharing with Commissioner Hall that I think on our third meeting, we had a citizen call in and say, I'm sitting at home with my 3-year-old and you're allowing me to engage in the meetings. And that resonated well with me because that was exactly what we want to do, right? Bring our citizens in and allow them to engage. It's this technology that we've experienced today and we've had over the last couple of months that has allowed us to do that. The second thing that I'm very proud of is our tax appraiser area now performs tax appraisals in the field with tablets. They used to have to go out to the field, come back to the main office, enter the data, go back to the field. They have the ability to automate that now, and with tablets, they are doing their job in the field, providing greater performance efficiencies. For cybersecurity, I mentioned for our citizens, there are over 2,000 cameras that we have throughout the county, and we plan on growing that about another 300 cameras today for our video surveillance. There's a number of infrastructure needs that go into that to provide that kind of video storage and support for video surveillance. E911 is an area also. We came to the board, I guess, about 1.5 years ago looking for better support on E911. We've got an incredible amount of stability that we have on that system. We have better monitoring, better support, and we're able to provide that support for our citizens as well. So very proud of that accomplishment. And then finally, on the justice system enhancements, and there are a number of initiatives in that area, but one of the key areas is we are now pursuing an initiative where we are exchanging evidence digitally. We had many years where we are, and we still do, are exchanging evidence with arresting agencies on thumb drives and boxes, moving them across town, and we are now on a project that we are exchanging evidence digitally. So a lot of good accomplishments there. The last thing I'll just say is our courtrooms are virtualized now. We are doing DUI court virtually, we're doing arraignments virtually, we're doing hearings virtually, so we've really transformed the way we do our judicial system as well. Next slide, please. Real quick, I just want to kind of highlight these two initiatives, and I want to first acknowledge Jessica Corbett's team from External Affairs. I want to acknowledge Dr. Pamela Rochelle's team as well, and Judge Kenya Johnson. These business partners have been very instrumental in advancing technology for the county. On the left side of the screen, you will see, on my left side of the screen, you will see that we are getting ready to launch a Health and Human Services app under the leadership of Dr. Pamela Rochelle and Jessica Corbett, where we will be delivering an app that has health and human services for our citizens. That app is now in testing and should be coming out in Q2 for our citizens. So we're really excited about that. And then on the right side of the screen, we are now working with Judge Kenya Johnson around scheduling appointments for probate court. We know that there were long lines in the probate court system. We are now piloting the ability to go online and schedule your appointment. And I'm happy to say that Judge Johnson had performed a number of Valentine's Day wedding ceremonies this past Monday. That was all scheduled on our appointee app, where people can make appointments to schedule a variety of services through probate court. So I'm really excited about that. Next slide, please. All right, so we talked about some of the accomplishments, and here's where we want to talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we are having, and we'd like to get some feedback and guidance from the board. As Alton had mentioned, we have a 33% vacancy rate in IT. The Great Recession is real. I used to get 80 to 90 applicants to a job posting. I am lucky if I get 6 to 8 applicants on a job posting today. So it is very real, and if you look at all the literature, they say healthcare and IT is very much hit by the Great Recession, by the Great Resignation, and I am here to vouch for that in person. We also are competing against some very large companies, right? We have Apple in our backyard. Microsoft has established a center right in Midtown. Airbnb is looking to relocate some of their technology operations here. And Cisco as well is also looking to move 700 employees to the Atlanta area. So we are competing with some of the biggest companies on the planet. And we're just not getting the response rate on our postings. In terms of compensation structure, I do want to highlight some challenges we have with our compensation structure that probably are contributing to the lack of interest. And this is not obviously all-inclusive, but I want to give you just some examples. An endpoint engineer we are recruiting for now, I have one endpoint engineer that is supporting 40,000 plus endpoints or devices on our network. That one person is now being recruited for, I have 2 openings, for $44,000 a year. We do not get endpoint engineers in this decade for $44,000 a year. It just doesn't happen. And if you just go down the list, network architects, which is a very seasoned and experienced role to be able to design networks, our starting salary is $66,000 a year. In the marketplace, you're looking at twice that. So I don't want to go through all these positions, but you can see we have some significant challenges in our salaries versus what the market is commanding, certainly contributing to our inability to recruit effectively. I want to just turn to the next slide, and then this is the last slide. We have some recommendations that we'd like to get some guidance from the board. The first recommendation is we would like to pursue professional services to help has a stopgap to some of the talent that we don't have right now on staff and being able to leverage professional services. The second one is we'd like to also consider attempt to hire approach, right, where we kind of bring on professional services, and then if they are good, they can compete like everyone else for a position within IT. And I think what that does is it extends our recruiting arm, right? It allows us to have professional services extend our reach, which we currently don't have. Also, I'll just say, working remotely is big, right? These companies are working remotely across the country and, quite frankly, across the globe. And we are recruiting for people physically within the remote confines of Georgia, right? We can do a hybrid work environment, but we're not recruiting for folks in California, right? So we need to extend our reach for recruitment. And we think attempt to hire approach will allow us to attract talent and then let that talent compete for a position within IT. Aligning salaries to be competitive with the marketplace, we do need to take a hard look at our salary structure. I just gave you some examples. We want to get some guidance on that as well. We've done some analysis on that. And then finally, we are looking at potentially having an executive search firm help us with some of the senior positions. We have a CTO position that has remained open. I had on the other slide that CTO position is funded at half rate of what the market commands. And then we have a deputy CIO position as well open. So we'd like to be able to engage an executive search firm to help us with the search of our senior level positions. And with that said, I'll close by I'll close by taking any questions you may have.
All right, Commissioner Ellis, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
I'll start. I really didn't know we were having this sort of related discussion today, so, but some stuff I've been thinking about, and I want to raise it. And probably might have a few more questions that might be directed towards human resources as opposed to you all, so if you bear with me. So one thing that struck me, and I had somebody I was speaking with on Sunday, and they were referencing had a child that was, or son that was in the IT, looking for jobs in the IT space or whatever. So I just happened to pull up my phone and was, because I'd heard it noted that we had some 30-something openings. And I go to our job openings thing, and, I don't know how many were listed there, maybe 100 or so jobs at one IT job. So, and not, and what I hear about all these openings we have, not many openings relative to, what I'm hearing. So, what gives with that, and why is that? I mean,
I can address your question. A lot of the positions have been posted 3 and 4 times at this point. We actually took a step back to make different recommendations. There are a number of positions queued up once again to be posted, but we really wanted to have a chance to get your reaction to this presentation. But these positions are posted 3 and 4 times at this point.
Okay, well, I mean, it's incongruent if you were here and we got all these openings and you go to our job site and nobody can apply. I mean, I don't care whether we're relooking at them or not. We ought to be relooking for people all the time. They ought to be up there. So whether it's IT or whether it's other spaces. So, and IT, I don't think was the only one. I'm not necessarily picking on you because there were other places where here we got all these openings and I see no openings. So, I don't know what's going on there, but I mean, I can't sit up here and listen to one thing and I go on there and I'm going to try to refer somebody into something and there's nobody there. No jobs are listed there. So that's one. The second thing, and I spoke about this last year, maybe I was a little too subtle about it, but now I'm going to be very direct about it. We have got to look at all of our job requirements for all these jobs. I mean, this is sort of one of the recurring trends they talk about right now within HR, within any organization, is because of where we are, we're certainly at relatively full employment within the state of Georgia. If you have rigid job requirements, you are not going to get employees. If you got rigid job requirements that haven't been revisited and you're basing your search funnel on this very strict set of job requirements and somebody doesn't meet one or two and they're screened out, you're not going to attract the workforce that you need in today's environment. And from what I've seen from looking at our job requirements, they're dated, and we're missing out on people coming in because of that. Another thing I'll say, we live in an area that is rich from an educational standpoint. And I don't mean rich in terms of wealth. I mean in terms of people that are going to school here in many of the fields that we are seeking people to come work for, right? IT-related stuff, engineering, et cetera. I don't get a sense that we are hiring or have any sort of intentional program around hiring people out of these colleges and universities to come engage and work in government. I mean, have you hired many people?
So I do have 40 interns, mostly out of Georgia State University, that currently work in our department. They are instrumental, but they're not seasoned individuals, and we've hired a couple of them. But some of these positions, like a network architect and network engineer, are really seasoned positions. But we have hired them, and we have 40 right now in
interns.
Interns, yes.
And I realize that they may not be seasoned or meet kind of the experience requirements that we may desire, whether it's in IT or whether it's in public works or whether it's in other areas. But guess what? Those people don't exist. You know, everybody's chasing those same people, and they don't exist. So we've got an opportunity, to me, to set up in many of these areas, you know, maybe it's a different job class. We're hiring entry-level trainees. We pay them in a different, within a different job band. We're intentionally bringing them in. We're training them, and maybe they step in after a certain period of time. They would step up into an additional band and have some sort of compensation incentive to do that. But we've got to get these people in and working. Because I hear all the time from, whether it's in government, it's not alone with this, other sectors have this as well. Kids that are coming out of school and they're looking for stuff and they're looking at, it says I have to have 2 years of experience. Well, where are they going to go get it, right? And to me, we've got a perfect opportunity in Fulton County government in several different spaces, given our proximity, place where people want to live, rich environment for college graduates and highly educated people to come in here to build some depth and some experience. Yes, some of them are going to turn over, but that's the nature of anybody that hires college graduates, that they're going to turn over. But I just think we're missing out on this, and I know we need to look at salaries, and I'm not ignorant, to that and naive to that, but we've also got to do something on the front end, or we're going to consistently be chasing our tail. And the two areas to me, one, on this job thing, I don't know, I don't get that, I don't understand it. Whatever our job openings, that ought to be up to date. People ought to be able to go see it. We need to rapidly do a resweep of our job requirements to make sure we're not accidentally screening people out that otherwise would be qualified. And then thirdly, we got to come up with a program, to me, that's where we are intentionally bringing and training new employees, entry-level employees, college grads, maybe even high school grads in some certain fields, to eventually be, future long-term employees of Fulton County government.
Good comments, Commissioner. Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
it might be time for a new compensation study. We're having the same recurring issues, department to department, legal, finance, purchasing, IT. It's the same recurring issues. We don't pay enough money. We don't pay enough money. We need to pay more money. And I don't know if that means we need a compensation study to do it or not, but if you want to get good people, you gotta pay them good money, and you have to have comparable salaries. Can you go back to that slide that shows the differential? 124% differential. Good Lord, have mercy. Twice as much money. Glenn, that's a good way to ask for a raise too. Don't think I wasn't.
See, I didn't put myself in.
Don't think I didn't get your point. But the bigger point is for all of our staff, right? They're all underpaid. They all need to be paid more. And it's department to department. Sheriff's office can't get anybody because they're not paid enough. So we just need to really reevaluate what we are paying people, Mr. Herman. And the reason that when was that last compensation study? That was within 8 years, but it's a whole new world. It's post-COVID world now.
And good afternoon, commissioners. You're absolutely correct. And I just want to remind the commissioners that in November, when you approved the elected official compensation, you also approved the key classification study as well, which has a lion's share of Glenn's positions in there. So through that process, we've now zeroed out those 125 differences in salary, but the implementation date in March. So we're talking about it tomorrow, about how could we expedite, especially where we're bleeding in the IT department, the purchasing department, in the county attorney's office, expedite the implementation of the key classifications and make sure it fits within our budgetary parameters that we had set for 2022. And then just for another update, the salary survey is coming for the entire network, talking IT, the entire population later on in April or June, to bring that back to the board to see, well, this is how it looks for the entire organization, and then trying to fit that in potentially either in this year or setting a plan forward for 2023 for that group as well, for everything else that doesn't fall within the key classifications.
So, okay, thank you for that information. That is good information. The key classifications obviously make sense, but it is also good to know that the entire universe is being considered. We probably need to expedite both of those. We probably need to expedite both of those processes. So, I guess that's all I have for now. But yes, we need to. We got to pay people. We want competent people. We're going to have to pay them. We're going to have to pay them competitive salaries. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't really want to beat a dead horse, but I'm just going to have to shoot it in the leg, because when I was at Bell South / AT&T, the lion's share of the money that they were looking to pay out was in two different places: sales and IT, sales and IT, sales and IT. And so they were ahead of the curve because they knew that would be an area that you cannot replace quickly. So we really are archaic in the way we were thinking. And it's not our fault, because a lot of government sector is. And so we don't offer the type composition, we don't in the whole package, the signing bonus, the ability to move here. We have got to understand, and I know my colleagues up here, some of you all do understand it, but for the listening audience, this is 2022, and our package has to be where people will want to come. We're already bleeding. And so now we're bleeding, and we're trying to go backwards and just become current when we're still backwards. I mean, if we had a time machine, we could jump in and go 10 years back, we probably wouldn't be at this point. But what I want to say is this: we have to become competitive all the way around if we're going to fix this. Because we're not the only government. When I was at NACO, it's across the board. And so it is happening, but some of the takeaways that I came back with is they're looking at everything. They're looking at housing, they're looking at sign-on bonuses, they're looking at providing what the schools look like in the area. They have a whole entire package that they are marketing to get people in. Now, I don't know if we can do that, but to what Commissioner Arrington says, we have to look at this different if we're going to stop the bleeding. You and I have been talking about this about a year, and at some point, we just got to make the hard decisions, especially when it comes to IT, because you let everything, you let the system go down, and guess what? It's crazy. So whatever suggestions you have, because you're the expert in my eyes, I'm going to support, because I came from an environment that if IT didn't work, nobody worked. And so here again, we're in government, so we have to be realistic about that. Other companies that are not government are outpacing us. But that doesn't mean that we can't catch up and be competitive. And so we may need to think outside the box. We may need to hire an outside firm that has had good track record. And so I just wanted to just support you in that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for our Chief Human Resources Officer, Mr. Herman. Do you have a shortage in your department? Do you actually have enough people to carry out the task that you need to do? Because this is a lot of work that needs to be done to catch us up. And I just thought about that. Do you have the staff that you need?
I think Commissioner Arrington said it a few board meetings ago. When you open that door, jump right through it. So the answer is no, Commissioner. We are also in HR at experiencing a high level of turnover ourselves. I think we are down about 7 employees in the arm that deals with the recruitment and classification of talent. We're putting a plan together, and we're trying to get our jobs posted right now to get those individuals in, as well as trying to refocus some of those positions, because right now our HR consultants, they do everything. They do everything from recruiting, job descriptions, investigations, and the like. So we're right now creating a new job just dedicated as a recruiter, and that's all that individual will do. Some of the things that Commissioner Ellis suggested about going out and meeting with the colleges, that's their primary focus. Leveraging resources like LinkedIn and paying for that, investing in that tool to the tune of $150,000, which we just got the quote for a few days ago, and working that into our budget. So we have started to shift our approach. And funny enough, last night I was checking the work of my employees and searching on LinkedIn right now. One of my employees has befriended every pathologist who is a forensic pathologist. She has been friends with them on LinkedIn to try and get them to fill the medical examiner jobs that we have in the ME's office. So we have shifted our approach, but as you said, it's like the Titanic. We're trying to turn a slow boat fast, but we're turning it, and we're making the changes. But additional resources could always help the HR team support the departments where they need support, so that we don't have to spend so much money on search firms, because each search firm is a $25,000 pop per search, that we could potentially bring that resource within HR and accomplish close to the same amount of success.
And I want to go back to something that Commissioner Ellis said about, could we be missing the mark on identifying people who are applying for these jobs as being potential candidates for these jobs? And I do know how specialized IT positions are, and you really need someone with that expertise and knowledge to be able to know which applications really qualify. And so do you have those specialized HR generalists that can go through those applications and know what to look for, because I know from just my years in government that most HR departments in government just look for keywords. And everybody at this point pretty much knows that. So what they do is they look at the job description, they pull out the keywords, they put it in their application and in their resume. I see people winking at me and everything like, ooh, you telling it. And that's how they score the applications and could possibly miss some great applicants, some great candidates. So do you have those specialty HR people in your organization?
Commissioner, specialty for IT, no. As you just said, we are HR generalists. We like to start the conversation with the hiring department, and that's how we become specialists for that particular recruitment. So if the hiring department works with their assigned HR consultant and they go through a very specific list of this is exactly what we're looking for, we become specialized with that focus, with that particular focus. But then also, some of the reality of the situation is sometimes someone is looking for a unicorn, and that person doesn't exist. And like Commissioner Ellis suggested, maybe you have to take a step back and get somebody who's close to your skill set,
Right.
checks 8 of the 10 boxes, and then train them up to the other 2 to get what you're ultimately looking for, and get them invested in government services. But again, that's a shift in mindset and an approach to the hiring process, especially in this very tight competitive market.
But speaking of training, the way that you and Commissioner Ellis spoke about it, we have an issue just in that area alone that many of our county employees have not been trained. There has been no training program for them. There is no succession planning. There is no progression. They see no forward path in their careers, and that's something that we need to address. And so training, yes, but we have to have the training in place or a plan for those specific positions. And we talked about that when we were discussing all of this the other day. And then I want to go back to salary compensation. We need to ensure that we keep our employees, and we need to make sure that we're not hiring a bunch of new people in at higher salaries than the employees that are already here. We need to ensure that we increase our current employees in their positions before we start bringing people in over them. But then that also goes back to training as well, because now you're bringing people in who are coming from the outside who may have had the opportunity to train, so they're a little more knowledgeable than our employees. So I think there needs to be a plan to make sure that our employees also have the ability to train up and can see a pathway forward, and that'll hopefully show them that we really care about them. We want them to stay, because you don't want that institutional knowledge walking out of the door. We're seeing that happening, and that could be critical to our organization. So I'm looking forward to what you bring back to us. I hope it comes to us quickly.
Yes. Just for one point of clarification, just to remind the board and the general public and the employees that watch the BOC, the rules and regulations that the board adopted, what you were just talking about, that allows for if Glenn, since he's at the podium, is trying to hire a network engineer at $120,000, which is $60,000 above, we require him to bring everybody else up to that 120 if they have the same level of education and experience. Not particularly a certain skill set, but education and experience. We require Glenn or any department head to equalize the salary so that we don't have those types of situations where we're creating equity issues and more lack of engagement as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
Mr. Manager, Ms. Whitmore, you got your hands full. We need to double all the salaries everywhere, all across the board. Lee, you're not gonna like it. We need to increase the millage rate in order to be able to pay these people what they deserve to be paid. And Mr. Mendez, can you go back to the recommendations? You recommended hiring some outside agencies?
Yes, sir.
I recommend Happy Faces.
All right, Commissioner Morris.
Well, can we go back to your slide, Glenn, the last one where you were outlining the, as I understood, you were looking for some reaction from the Board of Commissioners about these points, and I wanted to give you a little bit. I do think Commissioner Ellis's point was well taken. I think back to my career, albeit it's much smaller employers, but there were times when I thought I needed an experienced HR guy to head up HR, but one of the best ones I hired was a guy right out of school with his degree. Trained him a little bit, but he already had some great training on the law, HR, and all the intricacies of that. And one of the best accountants I ever hired was somebody right out of school when initially I thought I needed somebody with some experience. So I think to make sure that we don't box in and eliminate folks just by looking at the thing is a great comment from Commissioner Ellis. On these 4 points, I wonder about whether the third point solves a lot of the problems if we are able to do that. I know it solves. Yeah, I mean, if we bring all the salaries up to be competitive, and that doesn't, I'm confident it doesn't solve all the problems, but that seems to me to be a key one. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy to support you on all 4 of those. But if we do the third one, then maybe that solves a lot of your problems. I don't know.
And I guess, Commissioner, the way I would respond is, without solving the third one, the other ones won't matter, right? So
that's correct.
So we do have to have competitive salaries before we recruit, before we think about bringing somebody in on a temp to hire. Because if salaries aren't competitive, as I tell people all the time, they're not going to give any institution, whether it be government or private sector, a hometown discount, given the competition for these resources today. So I do think we start with the salaries are necessary but not sufficient, and then we have to do these other things to be able to bring people in at the pace that we need to at this point.
Well, that's a good way to put it, Alden. I think that the third one has to be done, and in the interim, I'm sure the other 3 do as well.
So in terms of next step, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
I was just gonna say, I like your point though, Lee, because instead of spending money on these outside agencies, let's spend it internally on our human capital, right? On our human resources. Let's bring those salaries up instead of, going and paying Tyler Technologies another $16 million, right?
And I think what we're recommending, Commissioners, is both of those, right? We know we have to do some things to retain our employees and stem that attrition, right? First and foremost, right? Otherwise, we're just playing whack-a-mole. So we've got to fix that in terms of salaries. To Commissioner Hall's point, we've got to give people a sense for what their next step is. We're at a disadvantage because if you go off and work for Microsoft, you're going to know that if you start at Network Engineer 1, 2 years you're going to be at 2, this third year, 4 years you're going to be at 4. There's a clear path. There's compensation implications. There's stock option implications. There's flexibility implications. So those are the kinds of things that, they're the soft things that make a difference these days, and we have to make sure that we start to address some of those as well. So your point is very well taken. We've got to find a way to have people who are working with us feel like they want to stay here while we're trying to bring other people in the door.
Yeah, we want to be the employer of choice. County manager and I talk about that all the time, at least for government.
Yeah.
We may not be able to beat out some of those other companies you had up there, but at least for government, we want to be the employer of choice.
So in terms of next steps, we are working with HR to finalize what the salary levels need to be for these categories that we have within IT. At the same time, we had this call earlier this week about a firm that can help with some of the temporary needs when it comes to talent. And as Glenn mentioned, there are a couple of positions, specifically the CTO role and his deputy, that have been vacant for more than a couple of years now. And we think that in addition to having a competitive salary, we're going to have to go off and find some, we're going to have to go off and get them, because they are, those positions are hard to fill. So we'll come back to you. I think the question that Commissioner Hall asked us yesterday was, well, what's this going to cost? And so we're working on being able to really nail that down and come back to you with the specifics around the recommendations.
Thank you, gentlemen. These are all very salient points, but this is government and not the private sector, and there are advantages to working in government that the private sector does not offer. So got to keep all this into consideration. All right, what else, Madam Clerk? Thank y'all.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have the add-on item 22-0136, registration and elections. Request approval of a statewide contract to provide temporary staffing services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Hall. Any questions? Commissioner Ellis.
Are we not going to have a presentation on this? I mean, I'll ask questions if we're not going to have a presentation.
Who is that?
Okay. What's your pleasure? Would you rather have questions, or did you want to talk through anything?
Yes, sir. I don't have a formal presentation.
Okay. All right. Thought y'all were going to present what you were doing. I mean, the important thing I do think is, A, this is an add-on. People have not had an opportunity necessarily in the public to look at this, to understand what is being proposed. Maybe I'll attempt to paraphrase what is being proposed, and then you can either correct me or offer some additional comments. So as I understand this, what's before us is a request to enter into a statewide contract with 3 different firms, Dover Staffing, ARC Temporary Staffing, and Corporate Temps. And this would be the source of meeting the temporary staffing needs for the election, running up through the primary cycle. Is that correct?
That's correct. For the general primary and as well as the runoff.
General primary and any subsequent runoff. So the amounts, they're not to exceed amounts, correct?
Correct.
So,
yes, sir.
In the event, there wouldn't be a runoff or something, let's say for whatever strange chance there wasn't a runoff that we didn't have to do, then obviously these numbers probably wouldn't be what they are.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. Had some questions on some of the, so we've gone to 3 firms, the 3 firms, and these would be the source of these, and then the firm we're doing business with right now, I guess once the, our spending authority with them ran out, it would just run out.
Leading up into the elections, yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So on the firm with the largest amount associated with it, I was curious about the selection of the 3 firms, number one. Let me ask that question. I know in the past, we've had some folks that have noted that we were the only county that used staffing firms, which is factually not correct. That, of our major peers, Gwinnett, DeKalb, and Cobb, they all use temporary staffing to different degrees than what we do. We may use them more, but all of them have used temporary staffing. And I note that on some of the research I had done, that both Corporate Temps and ARC Temporary Staffing were firms that had been used by Cobb, DeKalb, and Gwinnett. So there's some, I guess, familiarity that they've been engaged in providing staffing for elections, but I didn't know about Dover and their work in this arena. And I was curious about if you had any commentary on that from either yourself or from purchasing.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. What we did was we issued a request for a cost proposal from all 10 of the contractors listed, agencies listed on the statewide contract. We sent them our Excel spreadsheet. We asked them for their billing rates and for the rates they would pay to the employees. We then reviewed all of their costs. We had a meeting with all of them. 6 firms responded to our solicitation. for our request. Of those firms, we met with them to clarify they understood what our needs were. We wanted to understand what their experience was. When we met with Dover, I believe Dover told us that they provided services for, I wrote it down, I'm trying to find it. That was Nightline. Dover provided services for, let's see, that was it Cobb? Help me, Patrick.
Yep, so Dover was in discussions with them after we had a follow-up meeting with each agency, notified us that they have previously and currently also work with, I think it's Cobb, DeKalb, and I think it's those, between those two.
So they had indicated they had, okay. Well,
Yes.
yeah, the inquiries I had, this was as of July 2021, and Corporate Temps had done work with all three counties, and I noted ARC with Cobb, but I didn't see mention, at least in some of the personal calling around research we had done that, for my staff, that I mentioned at Dover, but, so you're suggesting that they indicated they have worked with those counties?
That is correct.
Okay.
And also, to a further point, they specifically work with them in the area of advanced voting, which is what we're proposing to.
Okay. That was my next thing, just so kind of to share with the public, you know, there are different amounts for these, and the largest share is the $6 million to Dover, but the lion's share of that, and I added up did my math correct, 5.28 million is basically for running early voting.
Correct.
Okay, so that's really kind of their focal point.
Yes, sir, but if I can add,
Yeah.
the remaining is to cover, again, the way the current agency is with the spending authority, that will run through a certain period of time and cut off before we get through the complete election cycle. So to ensure that we're covered for the remaining, excuse me, that additional amount is to cover those positions transitioning over.
Okay. So on the early voting, I know there's been, in terms of the staffing approach, I know a lot of people have made comments that, you know, our approach to staffing early voting and requiring people to work, whatever it is, 4 weeks, 5 weeks kind of thing, that wasn't necessary and there were other means to do it. People could work, you know, a week, you know, that, et cetera kind of thing, 2 weeks. So our response to that has been to stick with the approach of people working for a 4 to 5 week period of time?
At this time, yes, sir.
Okay.
I believe historically we found it to be I don't want to call it a hazard, but not the best practice to have people transitioning in and out through the shifts. And I believe it's easier to just, again, get that commitment for the whole entire period.
Okay. In terms of the ability to apply, or, you know, a citizen member to be able to apply for any of these roles, whether it's, you know, early voting role or some of the other ones that are within here, in providing sort of transparency and ease around that, is my understanding from what's been communicated, I think at maybe our last mayor's meeting, that either the apparatus already is in place or it will be in place very soon for not only the Fulton County specific roles, the day of, you know, kind of election workers, but all of these roles, whether they're being sourced through temp agencies or not, that they would be able to apply through our Fulton County website?
Correct. We've set it up for the interest, for those who express interest, to be able to come to basically a one-stop shop. Get the information for those positions that we are seeking through temp agencies. Once, hopefully upon those selections, we will then provide that information to those specific agencies, and they can then go through the application process.
Okay. Okay. A few other things. In some of the classifications of stuff, you know, one clear statement has been referenced sort of over and over by different people, but within The monitor that we had in his report back was that we were overly, it wasn't that, the statement was not Fulton County shouldn't use any temporary staffing. It was that we were overly reliant on temporary staffing, I believe, is really kind of how that was phrased, and it should reduce its dependency on temporary staffing. So I don't know if you all have it right now in terms of, kind of what going into this next cycle we estimate we would utilize temporary staffing for versus within the previous cycle, and sort of where are those places where we brought on or utilizing Fulton County staff versus temporary staff. And so I'm curious that question, and then, so go ahead if you got any sort of response to that.
Yes, sir. So in reference to the Carter Jones report, who detailed or I guess covered his opinion that we are heavily reliant upon temporary staffing. He also notated that the amount of temporary staffing in contrast or comparison to the full-time not full-time, but full-time permanent staffing to manage those was off. And so what we've done in response to that since then, along with the working with this board, we have increased our amount of middle management, which were primarily his concerns in addressing that. So, excuse me, last year we added, I think, close to 13 positions. The majority of those, I think 9 of them were middle management to address those concerns.
Okay. I guess, regardless of whether we're employing folks via temporary staffing firms or whether we're employing them direct, the key to somebody being able to perform well is, good training and good supervision, right?
Yes,
and that was one of the complaints we'd heard from some folks, that whether they come in and work, worked on the elections and they were, kind of engaged through happy faces, that they just didn't feel like they were getting really great supervision or training on stuff, or they were frustrated with it. Can you speak to kind of changes that we are making this year to ensure that, as we're bringing these folks and onboarding folks, that they're getting, kind of the requisite training that they need to really be able to perform the roles adequately and be supervised effectively?
So since that time of the report, we've increased, we worked on our departmental SOPs. We've also revamped our training for poll officials. We've also replaced that entire team to incorporate a new recruitment team. Excuse me. Also, we are working with the, if I can remind the previous request for a business process review, we are now working with the county manager team to kind of go through that, to bring in outside parties to review our training from top to bottom, basically, from our SOPs to our training manuals. Our training efforts are being reviewed by external parties to assist in hopefully improving our overall process.
Okay. On the issue of training, there are some positions that are noted within here. It's not a significant amount of the funding associated with these contracts, but there are places where it's noted that these temporary workers would be doing training, which struck me as kind of odd. And I don't know if that's a mischaracterization, but under the Dover piece, it's a mention of poll worker training. And it just struck me as odd that we would be utilizing temps to do any form of training. Maybe that's a mischaracterization of what that role is.
Yes, sir, absolutely, because all the training is conducted by full-time permanent staff within the department.
Okay. So what is that, when it says poll worker training, maybe that's an error in the summary, but that's not the job title, so you don't think there any poll worker training that's being done by a temporary
No, sir.
employee?
No, sir,
Okay.
absolutely not.
So maybe that's a mistake in the paperwork. I don't see the role specifically noted in the annotation of the different jobs. There's a large number of jobs, and I think this is another and I'd asked this question because I'd had some questions about it, and maybe some confusion about what the roles did. There's I think about $700,000 associated with people that are, to be working in the call center. And I think I'd gotten some mistaken inquiries from people that thinking that this call center was just operational on the day of the election. But this is a different function, right? I mean, can you
Absolutely.
describe kind of what the folks in the call center do?
Yes, sir. So, excuse me, leading up to the election, before we start issuing absentee ballots in preparation of polling place changes and everything, we begin to get high volumes of inquiries from the community. And so the call center is set up to answer those calls and be able to provide that information.
Okay. Okay. I think that is the bulk of the questions that I had. I will say I still, would be interested in getting a little bit more concrete evidence around the work that Dover specifically has done. I think it's helpful to understand, kind of what, they're hiring for is, a little more of a, less specific technical worker within the construct of, elections. It's somebody that's can maybe handle some of this work with a little more, kind of simplified training, given that it's geared at early voting. But I do think I'd be interested in knowing who else they have worked with. So if you do have that detail and specific references, it would be useful to have. I do have we can finish the discussion on this, but I do have some elections related stuff I would like to speak to related to the BRE. I can do that now, or I can hold up on later.
Can you wait after this?
Yeah, I can wait till after.
All right.
As long as you give me that liberty.
Yes, sir. Any other comments or questions? Motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote, please. Madam Clerk,
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
all right, Commissioner Ellis, do you have anything else?
No further items.
All right, Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, and this is not for you. You can stand up if you want. This is really more directed at our county attorney's office, and I'd like some more background on it. We had some stuff that was raised in public comment. I'd also heard it raised for some other folks as well, that the Board of Registrations and Elections had taken upon themselves to disbar public comment in their meetings. And I'd like to understand kind of do they have the authority to do that? Whether that's a good idea or not. I mean, a good idea or not, I don't think it's a good idea. But do they have the authority to do that?
Commissioner Ellis, I was unaware that that had transpired. I would have to look at their rules and procedures. I would imagine if it was provided for in the rules and procedures, it's not something that I personally would recommend dispensing with. But again, I'd have to look at the rules, and then I can get back with the board as to what our opinion is on that.
If indeed they have the power to do that, and they chose to do that, if you could draft me a resolution that I'd present at the next meeting, asking this board to send back to them that they revoke that and they allow for public comment. I would like that to be, slated on the next commission meeting if somehow they do indeed have that power. If don't, I hope they will revert the rules and allow that. I think we've seen with sort of our outside boards and authority where we've lacked transparency, it's come back to really bite us, i.e. Development Authority. The second piece to that equation is this notion of special meetings and notice and the requirements around that. I mean, we obviously have very specific requirements around notice for our meetings, as I do, I think, boards for authorities and so forth. And I'd like to understand what those are, and if these meetings are being quickly scheduled without the ability to the public to know what they are, then I want to understand why that is the case, and under what circumstances would they be allowed.
you'd like for us to advise as to what the requirements are for the BRA
Yeah,
to call a
yeah.
special meeting?
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah, and the notification they have to the public, thereof, so.
Madam Clerk, any other matters to come before us today? Or commissioners, anything else? If not, we stand adjourned. Thank you very much.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.